Alrighty.
I'm all fuzzy.
You are a little fuzzy. It's okay. Fuzzy lumpkins. Well, good evening, everybody. How y'all doing out there in the worlds of the them there internets?
Yeah, what's going on? What's going on? We got double chat up in here.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We gotta start sharing it. All right. Cool.
Oh, nice. It just popped up on my thing here.
Heck yeah. Let's go.
Okay, so now our chats are indeed shared 100%. That's super
It just
sick.
popped
Up on my thing here.
Heck yeah. Let's go.
Okay, so now our chats are indeed shared 100%.
Why am I hearing you again?
That's super
It just
sick.
popped
Popped up on my thing here. Really? I don't hear you double
yeah,
at all.
let's go.
I'm Gucci okay, so
on
now
my
our
end.
chats are indeed shared 100%.
Why am I hearing you again?
That's super
It just
sick.
popped
Popped up on my thing here. Really? I don't hear you double
yeah,
at all.
let's go.
I'm Gucci okay, so
on
now
my
our
end.
chats are indeed shared 100%.
Why am I hearing you again?
That's super
It just
sick.
popped
Popped up on my thing here. Really?
I found it. It was Instagram.
Ah,
Yep. It was Instagram. Okay.
dang.
Cool. Okay, that's fixed. Sorry about that, everybody. Had a weird infinite loop on you. You don't want that. All right, welcome. I think all the issues are finally solved technically. So today we're gonna do something interesting. We're gonna go ahead and listen to both of the releases, one from Nutty Noise and one from yours truly. Let's start. I guess we're gonna start with mine, and basically, Liberty and Creation. I get this. Honey, can I get a CD? Shout outs to the wife who does all the art for the record. Actually, there's one on the thing for you know who. Yeah, Liberty and Creation. Basically, the whole concept of the record was I wanted to go back to my favorite record, Passion Warfare, right? I listened to it every year for my birthday. That's kind of like my ritual for myself. And I always thought it was cool how whenever I heard Steve talk about the record, he was like, it was the record that was going to end my career in my mind, right? Because it was just me creating whatever I wanted, thinking that nobody was going to listen to it, but not knowing that's actually what people wanted to hear. So I wanted to take that concept of just making whatever I want without telling myself it's not good enough or nobody's going to listen or things like that. And just allowing that total freedom where I create like a child where you follow any idea that's interesting and keeps you engaged through the creation process, and then going back later with your analytical mind being like, okay, this doesn't quite work. How do we make that idea fit together more properly and like better integrated? And then my besto friendo, my co-host, the person who's been with me through literally every single musical endeavor that I've ever done. Actually, quite a bit of the things on the record. You were around for. I was probably in the room with you when I came up with. At some point, just coming over to hang out and stuff. So, Evie, would you like to talk about the leftovers?
Oh, I mean, I was gonna wait until after, but I mean,
Talk about the mixtape, and then we'll come back to the leftovers. How's that?
Sure. I mean, yeah, I guess we can start there because it is kind of just a continuation. Yeah, like the Wooloo Gang mixtape was just an idea of getting back into rapping about Pokemon and very big hyperfixation of my life, and was like heavily influenced back in college when I like first heard like the Pokemon Cypher 2013 and got all into that shit. And it's a double today. Yes, sir. Shout out, Riles, for hopping in. I appreciate you tuning in. And shout out Juicy Taco Salad, subscribing 49 months straight. The Wooloo Gang. Yes, sir. We doubled up. I don't know why this shit keeps messing with my camera, but it is.
We're trying
Anyways,
new things.
Trying new things. Going weird so far, but we'll fix it. Yeah, so I mean, it was just like it's just a massive like ode to that influence and just a good return to doing those things that we enjoy and what like originally brought me to the idea of doing a lot more like rap within my like creative processes. Um yeah, so it's just, I mean, it's nothing too big because it is a mixtape. It's just like a amalgamation of different ideas and stories and concepts, just all of Pokemon, somewhat all Pokemon related. um but yeah, that's pretty much where the Wooloo Gang mixtape came from, which, yes, thanks to you, definitely Nutty Noise is on that next level where we're able to bring these ideas to life and have a lot more confidence within them. So shout out Soundless Noise Productions. Shout out.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. No, and
Yeah, I appreciate you.
it's funny. I know that I think that's one thing I want to say about why I wanted to do this with you specifically, because a lot of people have been asking me about listening parties and we're hosting them and doing them in person. It's like, yeah, I could, and maybe after this, but again, you've kind of been there since the beginning, right? Like, goofy little guitar player in college who was like obsessed with the guy on my shirt, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, you were very supportive and always like, wow, that's weird, but I see merit in it. Or like, if I had an interesting idea, I had someone to bounce it off of and let it evolve and process. So, I mean, we had class together. We almost gave up music together, and we came back to it together.
Exactly. And it's just gonna grow together, hopefully, within that. So
It's one of those. There is no me without you.
Exactly. Literally, can't do this shit alone. Takes an army.
Takes an army.
Oh, let's go.
Get the photos. I'm excited for that. Well, yeah, we could definitely forward them to Big Kisses. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, definitely can.
So, some things to know about Liberty and Creation as well. It was a lot of firsts for me. Like, I learned the most important thing I learned in this project was I learned how to ask people to. Because I feel like what happens when you're young, as an artist of any type, right, is you're afraid to ask for help. Because you're like, oh, I don't want to be a burden, like, who am I? And, things like that, where you get the imposter syndrome. And so,
Right.
I really cannot understate how much of a shout out goes to Greg Worth. I mean, Greg, without you, this doesn't exist. Greg Worth wore so many hats of really the real producer. Let's be honest here. Confidant, teacher, the great master of all things perspective. Right? It was so funny how many times I would just be super down on myself, or just like, I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time, X, Y, and Z. And Greg would just be like, hey man, you're being too hard on yourself. It's all good. Like, bringing me back in, because what I really wanted is I wanted to learn from somebody who was above me so I could, oh my God, you got some Grammys in there, right? I want to get closer to that level where I'm like making consistently good music, not just compositionally, but like the way it sounds, the way it comes together, and things like that. So, God bless up, Greg. Bless up. I appreciate you so much,
Shout out, Greg.
and I'm uh, humbled to call you a friend. So thank you. And I think without much further ado, do we start the first track?
I'm down. I think it's
I'm so sorry.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, give me a second. I was a little
Oh, are
frustrated.
you muted in the... Okay, hold on. There we go.
Okay, I apologize anybody watching this on my stream. I'm running 3 broadcasts at the same time, and some dumb shit happened. So you got that halfway through. I apologize.
Hey, if you're watching on mine, you heard the whole thing. Let's go. Beep, 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 beep. I don't know why I'm still a pixelated Bukake, but I don't know what's happening.
Okay, I pick one struggle. I guess everyone gets one.
Everyone gets one.
Okay. Well, okay, we got that figured out now. We were trying to figure out not having Instagram audio, but we're figuring out that's just a giant lag over there happening. So, questions.
That was fire. Yeah, exactly. What Juicy Taco Salad said, that was fire. Jupes was saying loving the vibe so far. Chef's kiss. Yes. Great intro track. Definitely introduces it introduces like so it introduces a lot of things that are very thematic without it being just like literal melodic motifs. Like it's introducing so many things where like throughout this record you're going to hear creativity through so many facets of music. Like you're going to hear rhythmic, you're going to hear like pushing atonality with melodic focus. Like you're going to hear a lot of like challenges to a lot of Western mindset, and I feel like those are introduced, but within a song that doesn't do that yet. It's definitely telling something different than that, but I think it's such a good precursor to what is about to be sprung upon you if you take this journey. So I think it's a fantastic intro track, because I think the intro and the outro is like the most important usually. Like when you're making like, and this is like an album, like we did a mixtape. This is like an album. So like I expect a really good intro that helps introduce kind of the idea of what I'm diving into, and then like an outro that could be completely different from everything else, but I won't forget it, you know? And I think Machinations of Creation is fantastic intro. But questions on it, I mean, shoot. If anyone in chat has any questions, just fire away while I'm kind of spitballing here. I'm going to ask this on every single one. How many guitars did you use to record this one?
Actually, that's a fun one. I specifically made it a point to use every single guitar I own for something on there, because I was like, well, the concept of Machinations of Creation, right? The mechanisms we use to create, whether it's like if you're painting, macaroni art, or things like that. And I mean, guitar is my tool to make. So, oh my God, you're finally in high res!
I just realized. I was like, wait a minute. Whoa.
Oh, we got there.
We did it.
We did it. We dipped it.
We made it.
But, so, let's see. The acoustic, Eve, Anna. Actually, Anna didn't exist yet in this one.
Anna!
So it was Angela, the pink one, which is why when you look at the single art, it's the pink guitar. Because that's...
Yes.
Honestly, out of all the guitars I own, that's the easiest to play. Like, it's just kind of bulletproof. And it's the only one I left stock. So, the sitar... Actually, that was your 6-string bass at the beginning, too.
Yes, yeah.
And the sitar was fun. I wanted to... There was a moment where I was hanging out with Tristan, and I just wanted... I did something with the ebow, and I realized that I could make these long notes that just gradually shift. Like, there's movement, but it doesn't feel like it's going out of tune. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because the fretless sitar means that I can, like, really play with, like, the sense and the way you hear a note. So you're always going to hear, like, oh, this is an A-ish as I'm, like, slowly shifting. to create these long. So I guess the answer to your question, how many guitars? 6.
Damn. 6 guitars.
It was a lot of fun. That's one of those challenges I always think is interesting. Is like, how do I add all these elements that realistically probably should sound the same, but make them unique and interesting? That's like, okay, there's the part for the acoustic. It's like, all right, how am I gonna do it? Oh, there's this part where I'm building up. What if it's like fum ba de doo, fum ba de doo, fum ba doo dee? Like they all played off each other with this like bright, shimmering acoustic sound.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I like that. I like that too. 6 is crazy. I don't know. That's you just expect that question every time. I will always ask. I'll always ask how many.
I mean, it's
It's
fun.
fascinating. It is a fun question. It's fascinating how many you will need to bring these ideas to life. That's cool. It's just a sick track. And granted, like this is one we've been able to sit on when it comes to streaming platforms. It's been out. It's the single. Just the first release, the teaser, to now finally being able to listen to it on all streaming platforms tonight. Let's go. Yeah. Does anyone else have any questions? Anybody in the chat have any questions about this track at all? Trying to think.
You know, if Instagram wasn't absolutely choking at it right now, which the struggle bus, like computer's pretty strong, but like it's struggling trying to do 3 broadcasts and 3 chats at the same time.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's why I was like, I'm just gonna keep sticking to Twitch for this one. I was like, I'm not gonna also try and make mine multicasted to YouTube and Instagram. I was like, let me stick it to the old Twitch, so like at least one side, if yours is like going through a struggle, mine's like, okay, well mine I promise will be working. I do this multiple times a week, every week.
I mean, you know me,
This
I'm always
one.
trying to push the envelope on everything I do.
And you should, as you should. I'm the safety net. You're the one who actually pushes us forward, but I'm just the safety net. I'm the anxiety. You are the bravery. We need each other.
We need each other.
As my quality goes bad, as soon as I said I'm the anxiety, I was like, hey, camera, come on.
We don't need that.
Come on, man.
Well, we ready to jump to the next one?
If no one has any questions, I say we move on.
Now that we got it all working properly,
We did it.
We dipped it.
How do you use 6 and keep it all in tune?
That's a good question. I think if I understand, like, how do I use 6 different guitars besides making sure the guitars are tuned ahead of time, or just like how do we blend them like this?
Yeah, probably more like literally the blend compared to like the actual like proper pitch. Like literally, how do you keep 6 guitars in tandem? Like how do you have that all blend together without it being too obtuse? I think that is a good question.
That is a good question. It's something that, especially when you get to later on the last track, it's something that, because it's so sparse, that I had to really be cognizant of. When I pick a guitar, I am recognizing what's unique about it and like what it contributes that nothing else can do. So, like with the 7-string, right? Obviously, you think 7-string low end, which means I can give build chords that have a lower end resonance, and then double track that with another guitar that's playing the same chord, just a different voicing. So now, as you're listening to it, you're hearing this very wide, like open chord that just sounds like so much is going on. That sounds like, oh, it's just one chord, when it really is one chord played on 2 guitars with 2 different voicings. So that's one way I go about it.
Okay.
I find what's unique about the instrument. Like, the part in the middle where it's the bam bam the bat 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 the bat 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 bat, that isn't an effect.
Yeah,
that is actually just that's a guitar, and I have only one guitar that can do that, surprisingly, and that's Eve. And so what I was noticing, I was like, what? Okay, we have a whammy bar, we fret out and things like that. Why can't I do this thing? And I noticed that if you actually pay attention when you drag a note off the fretboard, it does have pitches. And you can actually, if you take the 12th fret for example, because that's the first note, right? It's the E. If you drag it off to a certain tension, you get a 4th. If you do it a little more, it's a 5th. And so what I was trying to do, because I didn't have a ricochet pedal yet, which is like one of my favorite pedals, and I use it as well in this song, but different places. A lot of the sustain notes, actually, where you hear the po-way, that's me hitting the pedal.
Okay.
But before I had that, I just had to figure out a way to make that effect with just technique. And so that's what that is. When it sounds like it's just me hitting that ricochet pedal real quick, no, it's just me dragging that note off at a perfect 4th or a perfect 5th every time in rapid succession.
That's incredibly challenging.
It took a few tries to get it right, that's for sure.
Damn.
But that's how I can manage to use 6 guitars. Like every single one of them has a moment where they shine because they do something specific that the others don't. So, that's a good question. Thank you for asking. Alright, next up we have Deconstructing Entropy. This one actually has a feature from one of our artists in Nutty Noise, Leaky. So,
Leaky, where you at?
Is there a Juan core in the chat? Juan. But I'm just gonna let this one play, and then we'll talk about it after.
Fought heavy for naught, they make you better yourself. Taking care of treasure and its place on your shelf. It starts from within till it exudes on a whim. Deep from the gut, paragons don't dim. Patience is a virtue, virtue is a grace. And those that don't possess it shall have a pretty face. Gift, not a right. Treasure it closely, can't let them dim a light. Abundance all around us, we celebrate life. There's no secret to love, there's no reason for strife. If all understood what trajectories in sight, pass on the lessons of love from your life. This is what I learned from the elders in my sight. Now I pass it on to you, whose future is so bright. Lace up your shoes, make sure they're on tight. Lace up your shoes, make sure they're on tight. Lace up your shoes, make sure they're on tight. Lace up your shoes, make sure they're on tight.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. The song's awesome. Everybody in the online chat, clap, please clap. We'll leave a silence for the applause. um, yeah, incredible song. Uh, really cool song. I am always a fan of hearing something that's set to something more atonal. I yeah, so I always like to hear dissonance. I am a big fan. So I listen to a lot of metal and stuff like that. A lot of Debussy and Stravinsky and artists from all sorts of walks of life that are bound to use dissonance, you know, including like ragas and just so many different genres and cultures of music that play with atonality, and I think this song is a good representation of all of that. And definitely the song has a lot of like love to show for outside of Western theory, which is cool. That's why I really like this song. It definitely shows your knowledge that comes from outside of the theory that would be taught, well, in schools like we went to, where we learn Western music theory and we learn it as the true tried form of measuring music, if you will. Yeah, and I think this song is like a perfect example of that, mixed in with Western music, obviously, because it's rock music, but then it's also rap music, like combined with it and that love for that. And it's a really like cool track to have like a verse on. It's like poetry over a very, very fluid, but just such a unique sound. It's really cool. How many guitars?
How many guitars? So once again, the sitar, acoustic again. I really wanted to let this be acoustic focused, and Eve actually. So three guitars.
Wow.
A lot of amp modeling though. I wanted to try to get a hollow body sound out of a full body guitar or full body electric, which middling success on that for where I wanted it, but I thought it worked for the overall tone and feel. And actually, you know what's funny? This, like you said, I have a good knowledge of new music theory. It's kind of Ravel, Debussy, Stravinsky, like my favorite composers. Yeah. What actually was the real impetus of this song getting started was my fat ass left hand. And all it really was I was sitting there on a guitar one day, and I was like, okay, this is like a major third shape. You know, the same shape exists in octave up, but it's a minor third. What does that sound like? And can I make that chord? And I did, and I was like, interesting. I heard that chord, and I was like, oh, there's something here. So then I just kind of moved it around. What was interesting is theoretically, when you look at it, the chord always moves by like a half step, but that means that there's always two common tones in every chord.
Yeah.
And so your brain knows it's dissonant, but it doesn't interpret it as dissonant because you've heard the same thing already.
Yeah, like
so when you get that,
that's why
like you already two of those notes are the same with this last chord.
That shows a lot throughout this track. Like it's what I love is there's so many of these like beautiful melodic parts that genuinely follow a very like Western kind of melody, and you pick out kind of like your I don't want to say like typical, but like very much more towards like a like rock, instrumental rock influence type of like melodies are woven through in this, and they're so well like hidden's probably the wrong word, obviously, when you're displaying art. It's not this, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah. It's like it's the way it's textured is like, it's just slightly like, it's just a nice little knitting, you know, like, and it's so cool. That's what I love about this song is it's just so like the way that it plays with that and it plays with your mind. That's cool. That's sweet. I love music psychology, and that's well done. Well done, and well done to Leaky as well.
Yeah, that was I. There are times you have to learn how to compromise correctly, right? Just like, and that was one of those things I knew I didn't want to compromise on. It's like I knew that the vocal had to sound a certain way, and Leaky was the person that could deliver that, right? So it took a little bit of time, but good art can't be rushed. It has to be allowed to mature in its own time.
True.
And we went through a few iterations of the verse, but ultimately I wanted something that was going to stand the test of time about its messaging. And so it was very like based on my philosophies of life and like I want something that transcends generations of like how do I attain inner peace? Like you are teaching someone that chaos does not actually exist. Like it does, but it doesn't. Like and that's why the song is called "Deconstructing Entropy." Because originally it was called the Mystic demo. Because I was just kind of had like this mystic, like, ooh, like, kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
And as I really started to dissect the message I wanted to convey of just like, hey, you know, inner peace belongs to you. It's actually like one of your birthrights, and you realize that the thing that stops you is the white noise you listen to in your mind, the chaos, right? And as you begin deconstructing chaos, you see how just beautiful everything is around you, because underneath chaos is absolute stillness.
Yep.
And so once you think of like old analog TVs, right? Once you strip away the white noise, you can see the picture.
Yeah. Now there you go. I like that. Strip away the white noise.
And that's what the song is about.
That's awesome. Does anyone else have any questions about deconstructing entropy? Enebore. And also, yeah, feel free to, like, if you have a question about the song, even while we're, like, mid-listening to it, just type it in the chat and we'll keep track of it and we'll definitely, like, ask it. So never be afraid to type it in at any moment. Just like, oh, you have a question about the song or about the record. And I'll help facilitate. Like, I'll be keeping track of everything to make sure that the questions are asked. I'll make sure. I got you.
So I'll give you one other piece, because every single track I do ever, I try to give myself a challenge that makes itself manifest in some way. Like a song that cannot perish, right? It was one where the challenge was capturing the theme of "Cannot Perish." Well, I just have the sustainer guitar and building this obtusely long chord at the end of every phrase, right? So, my challenge for this song, for me, was the quote solo. I don't call it a solo; it's a melody to me because it's played the same way every time. Because I distinctly made it a choice to never play a perfect fourth interval.
Oh.
So when you
no perfect fourths.
There's no perfect fourths. Not as a dyad, and not as an interval in between. It's a major third or a tritone, sure, but like there's no perfect fourths.
There's no perfects. Okay, interesting.
Because the concept of a perfect fourth, I mean, just the concept of perfection, right? But like that's not really why I did. I just thought it was kind of interesting that you couldn't really have a traditional 1-4, 1-4-5 or things like that. Because interestingly enough, a perfect fourth in the context of this sounds very resolute, and that's why I save it for the end. Or and it has that ascending feel as I slide to that perfect fourth. So it was interesting going, how can I build a melody around the neck while avoiding this interval?
And that's why, that's why that part hits so hard. That's why, because without us realizing, you're depriving us of something throughout every single line of the song. You're depriving us of one thing, and then when it's finally given, we don't even understand what's given to us. We just hear another lick in the song, right, or whatever someone's mind might think listening to guitar music, and then just, that's actually kind of, I didn't even pick up on that, because my brain's a little slow when it comes to actually like piecing together, my musicianship and like connecting everything. So like I won't always hear absolutely like what every interval is. I'm not like that quick, but I can like kind of analyze, and I did not pick up on that. There was no perfect fourth up until that. That is fascinating. Like now I gotta listen to the song again with a new mindset.
Yeah, just that E, what was it? F, G, E, minor third, D.
Yeah.
Then you slap the wah, which is a A flat. So you get the tritone. Ba do da dee da da. Minor third, half step, or whole step, back down. Yeah, no. Every way to play a melody around the that did not include a perfect fourth, I did.
Beautiful. All right, if there's no other questions about deconstructing entropy, then I think we might be over it.
This one, I love this song. Thanks for popping in, Straw Hat.
Big love, brother. Stick around long as you can. Let me know how it sounds. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's a great song. Love that song. It's so simple. Here, let me remember to do this. Okay. I remembered to do it. You are unmuted. I like mute you because we're on a cord call. If I pick up any audio from you, it'll muffle the song since we're on a cord call. So I have to mute you while the song's playing just in case. You're unmuted now, I think.
No, I mute myself too, but I didn't realize. I was like, I actually mute myself at the same time, but it doesn't do it in Discord. It only does it for my stream. So
Yes.
yeah.
Exactly. So I was like, I need to make sure. I noticed it in the very first song, and I was like, oh, why did it muffle? And I'm like, oh, because yeah. Anyways, but yeah, so I just got that unmuted. Shoot. I mean, things that I hear like immediately and without putting in too much of like inside info, right? Like just coming off of like first truly sitting down, because I honestly, because of the fact that it hasn't been on streaming platforms and minus all of the times I've heard these songs from demos all the way up to now, putting that aside, the final product as we have right here listening to right now, I have not been diving into because of the fact that it isn't just like on a streaming platform. I literally have it here at my desk physically. I have a physical copy proof right here right in front of me. like but like, and specifically for this too, I wanted, as soon as we had the idea of like you had the idea really of doing this and having a listening party here on like Twitch and everything. And I was like, cool. Well, instead of like really focusing on these tracks, I already have access to them in so many forms. I said like the opposite, so I can give like just a genuine fresh take. And the song Over It has like, as someone who's a fan of, I have so many different things I can take, and I'm just going to be dissecting. I don't have questions. I'm going to dissect things myself. Like, and all from like textures compared to theory. Like, so Over It, like texturally, like I'm a punk. I really like punk is my favorite genre in all forms. I'm really big into like really heavy modern hardcore, the 80s hardcore scene, 70s English punk scene, ska punk, everything you name it. I'm a huge punk guy. But like this song has such a good like pop punk feel to it. The way that the horns swell in and do these like syncopated kind, not even like syncopated is actually the wrong word, because they hit the offs beats so right that it adds like a flavor of rhythm that is actually so structured. But it's such a unique way of structuring the rhythm of that second verse specific, like when the horns are really taking into play. Like, it is so awesome, and it brings this ska kind of feel to what already had like the mixture of like Boston, which I could go into, which this would become a whole music history and like influence talk, because like I truly believe that like pop punk wouldn't be the same without Boston's first record. You know, like More Than a Feeling and shit. Like, tell me that isn't the fucking blueprint to like think something that rocks, goes kind of fast, that almost skank beat. Not quite. They don't quite do a skank beat. They're almost to that punk feel. And like, this song sounds almost more like a 70s rock song than it does a pop punk song. But you can hear you can hear down picking. You feel that Ramones kind of energy from the guitar itself. The flavor comes from the drums and the way that the horns and accompanying instruments, how they're layered and how the rhythm plays, changes it from being just like a pop punk influenced song, and has so many different elements of punk. So like, I was nerding out about that the whole time. This has been brewing in my head the past 3 minutes and 47 seconds of Over It, because on top of that, the Boston part comes from like the 70s and 80s like metal and rock guitar layering, like, and like the way that like you took something that sounds so familiar to someone who grew up listening to that music, and like a ton of it. Like, I listened to the most one-hit wonder of hair metal bands all the way to like every single Eddie Van Halen record, including the ones with singers no one cares about, like not Sammy Hagar, not Eddie Van Halen, or not David Lee Roth. Anyway, like, it's so familiar, but the way you layer those harmonies is so like so pristine. It makes it fresh, but it's such a familiar kind of like rock motif. And you somehow made it fresh. And the best part to me is that all of these things, if you soloed out one specific riff, one specific melody in this song, you could say like, it's cool, it sounds good, it's well done, but I've heard it, that's cool. But the way you layer it, and like I will go on about the rhythms, because this song, it's more like the way it's the rhythmic tones are to me what makes it so unique compared to anything else. I focus solely on the rhythms of every single part. That's how I can tell somebody like that part by itself does just sound like another like little punk riff. It's more than that. Listen to how it plays along with the lead melody. Listen to how it bounces off of it. No punk song would do that. Also, no instrumental rock song does that. Also, no ska song plays with the rhythms like that, with swells like that. The way that they're placed, yeah. Anyways, I was nerding out because I'm a big fan. Like, musicianship-wise, rhythm was always my strong point, and so like I love that. Like I'm in a very happy place with that song. Anyways,
And I'm glad, actually. Fun fact: that song is a direct reference to you specifically. I don't know if you remember that time we went to Walla Walla and watched a punk show.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I remember that night. I remember being like, just the energy of the musicians and the great atmosphere, and like just that that fierce down picking, right? Just like the whole time, which that takes some type of. Because I'm like, oof.
Was that the one I played?
I don't know I don't remember if you played. I think maybe like, God, it was like I can't even. I can picture the venue,
right?
But I don't remember the name.
Bar in the back, like literally, it looks like a walled off, completely separate. Like you're not allowed to go in their room, but there's like that's the bar room,
Yep.
And then the main
those
venue
little steps.
room. Yeah, so that's gotta be. So that's for sure. I think that's for sure Walla Walla. Then yeah, so you're right. Like Walla Walla, was it like Kill? Because I don't think that was Kill Streak then. Because I don't think we ever played there. We only played in Yakima, Washington. And I know those 2 times we played at the Lair in Yakima. So this was, I'm trying to remember that venue. It's right down the street from Marcy's in Walla Walla. It's right down the street. I saw Traders there. Last 10 Seconds of Life, I've seen them there.
I saw Eric Johnson
shout out
there.
I saw Eric Johnson there.
Eric Johnson and Mike Stern were there, yeah.
Fucking, I played with the Holophonics, the ska band from Texas. We played with the Holophonics there, at that same venue. But I'm trying to think of what punk show we would have gone up to see, just a punk show, because I'm like, did we really like the?
You might have played. I feel like I did. I mean, I always help people load out every time anyway, so like that doesn't really tell me much.
This may have been the Holophonics show. Wasn't it the one that was headlined by another ska band?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, because we were all dancing. I think like Michaela was there and stuff, right?
Yep.
And Ty and Michaela were there. Yeah. Like, so that was, I'm pretty sure that was the Holophonics show. And then, like Acid, what are they called? Not Acid Bath. There's Acid something. Anyway, this is nostalgia tripping. Popsicle, I think, was like the opening band. Shout out Popsicle. They sound like Screeching Weasel. Anyway, damn. So this was like, because of like that, you saw that punk show. You saw these like local Washington punks and
even
sweet.
So the song actually does have lyrics.
Oh, that's right. I do know this.
Which, oh god, I don't know if that notebook's around here somewhere. It's not in the studio, so I thought it would be here at the house. But, yeah, that's what led to the phrasing. I was like, what is punk? Like, what's the attitude about? And so I'm not gonna tell you where, But some of my favorite melodies are the same shit, the same time, 9 to 5. Or we get tired of the same shit. We get tired of the same shit. Like there's like the background chanting.
Yeah.
Or another one. My girlfriend left me for a man baby bastard.
A man baby bastard.
That's one of my favorite little licks. Every time I play it, I sing it to myself. I'm like, nobody else knows that that's actually what that is.
Yeah.
But I remember when I was writing, I specifically was thinking about you singing like lyrics for a punk show.
Yeah, because I think originally, I think I remember when you first were coming up with the idea for it, and you were like, "I'll writing like a punk song. You should do like vocals on it." And I was like waiting for it, but I'm glad that you took it into a different route as you started to develop it. You were like, actually, wait, no, I can still do it my own style. Just yeah, and I was like, I'm glad you did it that way because I actually think it's really cool, and I think it sounds fantastic. And we have, obviously a million opportunities. We have a in theory, infinite amount of opportunities to make a punk song or make any type of song together. So, yeah, I am glad you did it this way. Over It is a fantastic song.
Shout
It's
out
so
to the
good.
punk scene. Yeah, like y'all.
Shout out.
Shout out to the punk scene. Much respect is deserved to all punk musicians. Anybody who says otherwise, your opinion does not matter.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Before we move on, I guess if anyone has any questions, please let us know for Over It. But because I'm pretty sure he definitely was playing in one of those bands. So shout out to Ashton, dude. R.I.P. to the dude. It was a homie from that same punk scene at past couple years ago. And yeah, just shout out. Like those guys really were so influential, like to the PN dub scene in general. Like they were trying to do so much from such a tiny speck of the scene, and the scene itself was already feeling like kind of small, even though we felt like giants every single time. It was like I still look at it because I remember in the moment it felt the same way as that it felt for me now looking back. It's like I can put myself back in some of those spots. So yeah, like shout out, like that's what punk does to you, and it influences beautiful music like this. So, shout out to those that got us here. Shout out to punk music. Yeah. Let's go on to Colors there. Hey, Leaky.
Leaky!
Thank you so much, Don, for subscribing. Appreciate you.
could just not do that. We could just not do that, but also simply is broke. Okay, going back to YouTube. Make sure.
The king is back, indeed. Well, if no one has any questions, yeah, really cool piece. I've liked that one since I first heard the noodlings of colors. Yeah, very, very beautiful. That is beautiful, and really jammy. That riff is super good. Really heavy riff, super, super good.
Fun fact: I don't know if you noticed, you actually can hear my breathing in the chair creaking in the track.
Yes. Yeah, I like how it literally sounds like I'm just sitting there and listening to you play in front of me. Like this is just actually just like oh yeah, I play guitar, really? You know, like, yeah, let me show you. And then you just sat down and start playing that piece. Like, that's kind of what it feels like. And then like the random what are they called? The rattles, the fucking
vibraphone.
The vibraphone rattle. Yeah, like you have that in there, and then it's like, okay, that kind of pulls me back into the fact that I'm listening to a record. But for a sec, which is kind of fun. I like that I'm just kind of like sitting there. No, I feel like I'm in the room with you. And let's say it's the most intimate piece. It's just one track minus that, right? Minus the rattle. Like, it's just one track. So in like
the bird noises are also me.
Oh, and the bird noises. There's the birds. So there's one track with just two little outside ones, and it's very intimate, which is wonderful. It's got the right kind of melodies to play for an intimate track. Love the chromatic walk.
It was one of those things where I was really excited, actually, just to try to do an acoustic only track. Like, because I always use acoustic as like color palettes in other songs, but I never really let it be the focus, so this is kind of one of those let's do that kind of moments.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love that. I love that it ended up just being just that one track. Amazing.
All right,
Let's just keep the train rolling. I don't think anyone has any no one's got too many questions. They just want to hear it.
I forgot I wasn't screen sharing anymore. So
yes.
For all of you at home who don't stream, it just now you know there's so many layers that go into doing this right. You just gotta bounce back. You just gotta. It's like my favorite thing about performing live, right? Like when you make a mistake, you just gotta go. You can't start over. You just gotta go.
You just gotta play it. Yeah, you just gotta do it.
Like when the input jack in your guitar doesn't want to work for some reason.
That's always fun.
Then you gotta switch back to the other one mid-song, and everyone's like, wow, was that intentional? No, it was not.
No, it wasn't.
Roll with the punches, baby. All right. Try this again. Next track will be Joyous Infinity, which, fun fact, this is actually the demo that I had sent to Greg when he had agreed to do the project. So,
oh damn,
this has a special place in my heart, because I was like, oh, this is the type of music I'm doing. I sent him this file, and he was like, yeah, I'll do it. So
that's cool, actually, that this is the track.
Made it all possible.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Joyous Infinity. Not my quality. No, not my quality. No.
I think we're just doomed to be plagued by technical issues today.
Yeah, no matter what, that's fine. I
It's-
just go in between being 8-bit and being high quality. It's fun.
Wait, if I was just 8-bit,
Uh,
they call him 8-bit
Well, I am
Kiyoshi.
2-bit Eevee. Wow.
Ah, I like the song a lot. Like,
Yeah.
So the hardest thing about that song actually was the intro, believe it or not. So I tried it on a gym, on a Pia, on the Universe. Didn't work. I knew that I needed a Stratocaster. So I borrowed one from our professor. And, you know how reamping, you can take one signal and then route it later to different amps and blend those sounds?
Right.
You can't really do that with when you're changing the pickups.
Okay. Yeah.
So I had to try to play that strumming pattern the exact same way to ensure it didn't have phasing issues when you put it on top of each other.
Ah. Oh God. To get it the exact same is oh, that's a headache.
Because I
That is a
wanted
headache,
to
man.
blend the second position and the fourth position.
Right. Oh, that's
That was the hardest part of the whole thing, because I was like, oh, on that 16th note, I put a little bit too much, like, it was a little more forte than I wanted. I gotta do it again. Like,
yeah, that's one of those like recording things. Like if you've never like recorded before and gone through the process of like layering, it's like okay, great. Like you literally like even if you're doing like technically two different parts, like a harmony, right? Like getting it like you can hear it and like there's times where it's fun to have the stylistic choice of it actually sounding like it's just happening compared to having it be like perfect, which is where you make sure that like if I'm like singing and then I sing a harmony to myself, I better sing it and like try and like keep my embouchure the exact same way both times. Even when singing different notes, I have to sing higher, I have to sing in a different register, but I have to keep it as close as I can so it doesn't sound too off. It's a whole thing. And so when you're layering the exact same part, that's when it becomes the most jarring, because you can hear when the slightest strum is different and you're like, fuck. I messed up one split second strum in this take. Like I'm done, I gotta redo it.
duh.
Awful.
Uh, Actually, as Tristan helped me build that drum melody too, that happens in the middle, after the big
Yeah.
brum, 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 brum. Which actually, when I play it live, and you know, like at our show, I actually play the melody on guitars too. I just do it a bar ahead. Cause like when I do the
Yeah.
like I play that part live, but I didn't in the recording because I wanted to let the drum have that space.
Yeah, which I like. The
Which
spacing in it is really cool.
yeah. So next time you're listening to it and you hear the ba, that's the ba.
Yeah. But yeah, okay. Damn.
So yeah, we
Well, it's
had to find a
like
way.
Don said. Like Don said, it's aptly named. Are our streams connected or are our chats connected again?
Oh, I didn't hit that. I was like, I'm not seeing anything in chat. I didn't hit the button. Ha.
There we go. We're back to a shared chat again. There it is. What up, y'all?
Oh my god, there it is.
But yeah, Joyous Infinity is definitely a fitting name. A very open feeling song, atmospheric. It's kind of like which is nice. Like it goes from like the intimate song where you feel like you're in the exact same room. You can hear a chair creaking and you're breathing, and then it's like a very a song that sounds like I am just launched into the universe.
And that's exactly what it's about. It's the joy of infinite possibility. And oh,
Yeah, which is cool.
so the challenge on that piece was, I didn't actually talk about the one on colors, but like there wasn't phrasing. Phrasing was the thing on colors, and actual chord structure, because the whole thing about that was the different, they consider chords colors and harmony, and that's all that is. So that's that song.
Right.
But this one for me was a lot of the playing I do. If I'm going to be a virtuoso, right, which some people say I haven't earned it yet. One day I will. One day I'll be like, oh yeah, no, you're right, I've earned that title. But like, there's a benchmark for me.
Yes, absolutely.
I do not want to focus on playing fast. Like,
Nope.
that to me is not where I get my joy. Like, it's fun sometimes, obviously, but like, what really gets my motor going is technique. So, as we start off on the solo melody, right? My thing was really integrating the whammy bar in unique ways. So I start that phrase off by playing, what did I play? I think I play an F sharp at first. But I'm actually holding an E with the bar up at F sharp, then moving down to another note, and then lowering the bar.
Okay.
So that's how that gets to that weird like push and pull, is like I'm actually pre-bent to one note and then releasing the bar to hit the next one. And so the challenge is I have to know exactly how much pressure to put on it to get the note I want before I play a note on it.
Oh, okay.
So it's a very interesting like biomechanics thing of just like, I know that this feels like relative to the string, right? Which is another thing that is interesting in that part, is because strings are different thicknesses, they surrender pitch at different rates. Now, what's interesting is certain intervals and certain like strings together, when you do something, they'll become the same pitch actually. And so there's a lot of that as well. Like I'll do a dyad and just by and you only hear one note because they become the same. And that's one of those things that I think is where I want to focus my sense of virtuosity, is a deep understanding of the instrument and not so much being super showy. Like, yeah, it is showy, but not like the traditional sense of just like...
Either way, you're going to be showy. It's just, one is the I go fast, I good, where that's obviously not true in a lot of cases. Where someone can just shred and that's it. And I'm like, I need more than that a lot of the times. Majority of the time when I listen to music, I need more than shred,
Yeah.
Shredding's cool, but I need way more.
Yeah, and I want to make melodies that I could still play when I'm like 70.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be cool.
It's like
People to actually play everything forever.
Like it's always unfortunate when you hear someone go like, "I love that song and I want to play it, but I physically can't." And I'm like, I don't want that to be an obstacle that really gets in my way of playing like with the longevity of songs. So,
Damn.
yeah, that was the little challenge, was understanding exactly how tension works in the bar relative to notes, so that way you can get these consistent like.
Hell yeah.
I'm so glad to see the chat synced up again. I was feeling lonely over here by myself.
Right? I mean, we're not talking about too much. No one really has too many questions so far.
They're just
But
like,
I hope y'all are enjoying the music.
Yeah, thank you for coming out. I appreciate you being here. The Instagram folks, sorry. YouTube homies, how y'all doing?
Really good.
They doing good. We'll split it up later and export that. So, alright, I guess that brings us to our next one.
Bad mother, shut your mouth.
Yeah, this one was another exercise in just be as unapologetically quirky as I could with such a serious title. Because if you don't know this about me, I'm a ham. I love being funny. I love being quirky. I don't like taking myself seriously.
Yeah. I feel it.
And so, actually, as you can probably guess, I tip up. Don't do that. It's this stupid double clicking mouse. I gotta get a new one.
Holds up, Spork.
Spork.
Spork. Pog.
But as Evie alluded to, there's a reference here that this song that sparked the idea. So, without further ado, I'm a bad mother.
Yeah.
I have so much fun with that song. You have no idea. Even just listening to it, I'm still like, yeah, it's fun. This is fun.
Very silly song. Very silly song with some really good riffs, and it's just so, like you said, don't take yourself too seriously. Gotta have some fun in there. And I think that's a very, very fun song. Also, what up, Rennie? Welcome.
Rennie!
Very, very fun. Yeah, I mean, no more to say to describe Bad Mother than quirky, humorous, rockin' as fuck. Very rockin' song. You show off the like ideas of shred, but in your own way of being almost comedic with your shred, and then like to be like reminder of like what style I'm in, what skill set I have achieved, but like I love how it's in, like the way that it's mixed in is so like fun. It's almost cheeky. It just like comes in, reminds you, and then goes right back to like, all right, this song is not, for all intents and purposes, this is not a song for that, but just a reminder. And then right back to fucking art, 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 art.
Actually, I have so many things I love about this song. I really do. Like, I don't know if I have a favorite, but this is pretty high up there. Just because, I mean, this is one of those chances I really got to be no bar told. I was like, you know what? Shaft references. Like, yeah, I'm a bad mother. Shut your mouth. Actually, this song has a version that had lyrics. Like, that's how it initially started. And as I started, like, trying to write a riff that, like, felt Shaq-esque, I was like, I can't. Like, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
But, yeah, bringing that back in and just like that quirkiness. And I had a friend do the shut your mouth, but she also does the squaw.
Oh, okay.
Right, so it's the same person. And what's really fun to me
Very fun.
is that little breakdown that's in the middle.
Yeah.
It's just that one sample, but I contorted it every way I could find. So I dragged it out, I reversed it, I inverted it, I just tried every single mutation I could think of to get that bump,
Okay.
bump, 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 bump. Like I have so much fun with that, especially like as
That's
the
so
end,
wild.
the big whoo, just. It's cheeky. It's fun. What I really wanted to do, and I like the direction Gray took it, was at the end I wanted to get all my friends say with 6 strings, but make it sound like they were children in a kindergarten class. So that just to again emphasize the childlike playfulness of with 6 strings. So it was fun getting some of my friends to come on the track, do samples of just with 6 strings. And honestly, one of the best pieces for me is that my mom gets to be on the track, so that's like immortalized forever. You know what I mean?
That's the fun part.
So that's wholesome. I enjoy that. God, there's so many interesting things I got to do. I kind of took a lot of things that had happened on the record before and super culminate them here, like vocal harmonies, that's me doing all the vocal harmonies.
Yeah.
Doing more polymeter stuff. I mean, the obvious one being the as the snare is going 5 against 4. Done, 2, 3, 4, 5. So,
Yep.
getting to really develop and hyper focus on those quirky things that you kind of see everywhere else, a little bit more joyous, and then Bad Mother just like, you know what, full send
on it. It's awesome. Sick track. I always like Bad Mother. It's fun. Always like that one.
Any thoughts in the chats today? I'm curious after this next one. If you guys have a favorite track, let me know. I've always been curious, like which one really resonates with people.
Oh yeah.
But I guess I'll do a little bit of an introduction for this last track because was Shaft a good show? Sheriff was a movie, I think, and as far as I could tell, it was like a fun, quirky '70s film. That's just kind of like hyper masculinity, but like cheesy about it. So it's a product of its time, but like I think there's some still fun, quirky things about it. So the last track, is I actually got Jeremy Colson to do the drums on it. I programmed some drums for it, sent him a demo, and he just went in a different direction with it, which was jarring at first, but it was definitely the right choice because I think it tied it together. For me, this last song is very much a drama, right? It's an overall story. There's lots of arc. There's I wanted to be very particular about dynamics and how it changed the feel of that section. Right. But I think what Jeremy identified was okay, by doing all that though, it doesn't feel like it's a coherent piece at some point. So he was really able to drive it together and still keep it a rock song that has elements of drama. And it's actually the challenge I had for myself going into this. I actually got into a lot of fights about this track because not with Greg. Greg was honestly, we got the mix right on the first take for this one. It was nuts.
That's pretty hard to do.
Yeah, we had no revisions. First take, perfect. And actually, this is the one I practiced the most for. I sprained my wrist. Yep. I sprained 2 fingers in my wrist recording the solo. Then determined it wasn't locked in enough. Practiced 4 hours a day for 2 weeks again, and re-recorded it again. This was the one I was so particular. It has to be perfect. And
spoiler alert, it is.
I hope so. I hope this one really stands the test of time. So without further ado, I could monologue all day because there's lots of interesting things about the whole story behind this. Oh, wait, let me finish the fight that I had.
Right.
A lot of people wanted me to overproduce it. They're like, "Oh, why don't you add pads and things like this?" I'm like, "That's not what it's about." They're like, "Well, about ear candy and things like that." I'm like, "That's not what it's about." The rest of the record does that just fine, where there's always something quirky and interesting. I wanted the last track to be humble, stripped back, and just vulnerable, because it's a piece about vulnerability. And so I didn't want to detract from that point. That was one of those moments where I knew that I would not compromise.
Good on you for not compromising.
So, without further ado, I present to you At the Altar of God.
Let's get it. Everyone clap in the chat. Everyone clap. Round of applause, chat.
We dipped it.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Yeah, so far, my favorite song you've ever written. Easily my favorite track off. So that would obviously make it my favorite track off the album. I'm big, like I said at the beginning, I'm big on intros and outros. And to me, usually the best song of like every record that I would deem as like one of the best records, the last track is usually my favorite record. The last track always has some like, a lot of people like to go for leaving someone with something meaningful. And like, I think that's like the ultimate way to leave somebody after that. It leaves you wanting to like listen through with a whole new perspective of not only that song but every song. Like after that, you really feel movements in a different way. The way that it's a mixture of everything we just heard. There's so many elements within that, but like you said, it's very personal and it's very vulnerable. And so that's the one difference that it has, is that like the journey you just went on, which was a just multiverse of sounds and ideas, all culminates to this like you said, dramatic, very dramatic, but rocking, and just like has one of the most epic turns that goes into the climax of this story. And like that dramatic swell that leads to that tipping point of the plot within this song is like one of the coolest movements. It's very well written. Yeah, it's an excellent outro track leading to, it's an excellent track with like within itself. Just absolutely outstanding. Yeah, just one of my favorite songs by far. That melody gets stuck in my head all the time. I still sing it all the time. That's why I've been waiting for this to be out so that I can listen to it all the time. Yeah, it's fantastic song. Absolutely love this song. Anyone have any questions on it though? Because I'll just glaze it. I don't know if I have many questions. It's hard for me to. Yeah, exactly. Hard for me to question it when I love it so much. I'll just fanboy over it more than. How are you so goated? That's a good question, Argadas. How is Davo so goated?
I'll let you know when I get there. I like to say that I have the support of great friends who let me know that it's okay to be creative without an excuse. You know what I mean? Like, not have to shy away from like, oh, is what I'm gonna bring to the table going to be accepted by the world? Like, I don't have to worry about that. I just go, it has a place. I'm just gonna do it, and it'll find the people it's supposed to go to.
Exactly, like that's, yeah, wow, yeah. What Davo said, that's it. That's it. That's music right there. That's some king shit. That's music.
It is.
Just throw it out there and it finds people.
It finds people. No, I will always have a special place. I actually, what's funny? That guitar on the cover is supposed to be Anna, and the only song she's on is this one.
Yep. But that just shows how important it is. It just shows exactly how important that song is. Is that Anna's in the chat, please. Can we get some Annas in the chat?
Anna.
Yeah, that's exactly why it's just such an important song. It's just incredibly important. It is. Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful record. Fantastic.
Colorful, goofy guitar nonsense. That's every time I go to an open stage and they're like, "What type of music do you play?" Because they see the gym and they're like, "Oh, haha! Like, what are you like?" I play goofy guitar nonsense, and they all look at me like, "Yeah, sure." Like, what genre? I'm like, I don't really have one. then they
Yep.
give me the look
Yeah.
of like, oh, you pretentious ass. And then they actually hear me play and they're like, oh, okay.
No, but it's true though. It's like I hate having to put like one genre. Like I don't when I tell people they're like, "What kind of music is Nutty Noise?" I'm like, "Well, it's like rap, I guess, but also not really." I'm like, "Don't put rap in your head because then you're gonna play a song and go like that's not really rap." And it's like exactly, or it's like, okay, what kind of rap? Like more hip hop, more, like more trap oriented. Do you do drill? It's like no, we literally do like everything. We'll do whatever. Um, anything along those fields with influences from all over. Yeah, and it's like that's like the beautiful part about making music, and I think the beautiful part about the way we make music like within this group is just like teaching people that we don't need to have boundaries. And I think that's the like music, like especially like genre wise, like it's fun to make boundaries within your song, right, to like make a parameter for your songs, but like to actually tell yourself we can't do this because it's outside of us. It's like, well, we made it, right? So
Right.
how is it outside of us if we made it? Like we can make something that's like outside of the vision for this thing, but it's like the vision was always to just make what we wanted to make. It was the vision was never like it has to be specifically like Pokemon rap, or it has to specifically be like 80s guitar rock. Like no, it's like it's whatever. It's absolutely whatever comes to our mind, whatever our heart desires. Just like fulfill it. I think that's the best way to make music, honestly.
Create like a child, edit like a scientist.
Great. Hell yeah.
Because
I also edit like a child, but
like, and that's here's the beautiful thing about children: they do not care, and they enjoy every second of every minute of every day because they have not yet been conditioned to believe in anything other than themselves and their experience because they are so aware of being present in the present moment.
yes. And obviously it's something that gets lost more and more and more as you get older, and then plus with how everything is these days. Yeah.
That's why I really like what shout outs to my wife because she did the album art, and I think she captured that idea of peeling back the bullshit to express your authentic self. Like with the concept of the page tier, that's why it really resonates with me. Is this like, hey, underneath all this like gray like corporate like quote professional nonsense, there's like a human being with like personality, and like you just peel back a little bit there.
With the colorings of creativity and imagination and trauma and fear, and yeah, just like everything culminated into a human being.
Yeah. It's like tear back the page and be that authentic self again.
Very cool. I love that.
You want to take a little break and then we'll go into the Wooloo Gang mixtape leftovers.
Do you wanna break? I mean, I'd be down to just get into it, but
I figure I take a little break, get some water, lets me put the right page up on the stream.
for sure. Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now as we speak in front of everybody. Well, I guess I'll take this moment, both chats, everybody. So we're gonna be doing the Wooloo Gang mixtape leftovers here. Do we wanna? Okay, so basically, do people have questions about the original 18 tracks on the Wooloo Gang mixtape? Like, if we want, we can listen to the entire thing. It's a lot of tracks, but it's not like incredibly long. It's not like like it will be live for quite a while, but we're doing a very special stream, so I figured a little longevity isn't too bad. But it just depends. If people have like, if people are curious about tracks in the Wooloo Gang mixtape, the OG, that we released last December. Um, I'd be down. I'm down to go through it all. I'm down to answer whatever. If not, we can just do the leftovers, which is everything from Reignited and on. 12 additional tracks we added August 1st. Very recent. Yeah, it's totally up to y'all though. Let us know. Let us know while we're taking a second to make sure we have water and such.
Okay, I got it. I got it pulled up. Let's see. Make sure it pulls the right page. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Excellent. Oh, and then you have to do the screen share this time, so that way the audio syncs.
Yeah, you want me to do the screen share? I was like thinking that too. I was like,
What? I pressed the wrong button. You want to play a little bit of one of them so that way I make sure I get the cast audio? Okay, I just need to make it a little louder. There we go. I got it.
Yeah, it's right, Nutty Noise. Reppin' that Wulu gang. It's the best damn tag team. J Bob and Evie. You already know.
Yep.
nice.
See? Now, you gotta give us some time, but, like, trust us. We're streaming professionals. It's my literal
We'll
day
get there
job.
eventually.
We'll get there
We'll get there
eventually.
eventually, I guess. You know.
I also want to give a shout out one more time to Ampwall for making that actually a pretty easy experience to do. And again, great community of guys over there. And I'm looking forward to doing more stuff with them and trying to redo just the whole music industry is bunked. And I blame you, Spotify. I blame you specifically.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I appreciate what these guys are doing over there, trying to make it easy, set up merch and whatnot. So eventually, well, look in the link tree. That's going to be going to have some merch over there for you to, if you want to buy a CD, you can, or know somebody who might be
Let's
interested.
go.
So they've made that very easy, and I appreciate them for it.
Yeah, let me grab a quick refill of water here. At anybody alive in the chat, let me know. We doing this whole tape or we doing just the leftovers? Chat, where you at? I'm grabbing water. Bruh.
I'm gonna grab water too. Be right back.
All right. Well, I'm back. I think we're just gonna do the leftovers. Nobody responding. I think that means it's time for leftovers.
Oh, Evie, you're not ready.
No, I'm not. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna do leftovers.
Sweet. All right. Oh, there it is. It's like, where'd it go?
Alrighty.
So, all right, you gotta give us the introduction on leftovers, or this the World of the Game mixtape in general.
The Pog was redeemed. The chat is alive. They're back. Thank you for that, Don. I mean, an introduction to the Wooloo Gang mixtape. Well, if you don't know Nutty Noise, what up? I'm Evie Kiyoshi. I make Nutty Noise with Nutty Noise. I'm 1/3 of the main triad, if you will, the OGs, the beginning, the fire, the campfire that made this camp. Shout out Leaky and our god, aka our goddess. So many names I can name for all of us. But we're Nutty Noise, and we make Nutty Noise. And like we were just talking about with Devon's record, is we're very much not limited by any sort of genre. We make mainly rap and rap oriented adjacent, but we also make electronic, like EDM, like we make electronic dance music of all genres. We dive into realms of punk and noise and just everywhere, all over the place. We have a lot of pop sensibilities. We have a lot of punk sensibilities, and it's all wrapped up in a very unneat bow because I don't know how to tie knots. So it's not very good. I know how to tie a couple knots, but I'm not good at it, and that's why if you need me to tie a rope, that's important. Don't make me do it. But yeah, so the Wooloo Gang mixtape came across because it was like we were trying to work on our next stuff. I was doing a lot of like the poker rap, the Pokemon Cypher, you know, like rap competitions that Shofu was putting on, and that really got me back in, just got me back in my bag when it comes to Poke Rap. Like, I really love Poke Rap. I love Pokemon. I'm a huge fan of Pokemon. All of us in Nutty Noise love Pokemon, honestly. Like, we really do. I think I'm just probably the one that's the most, like, crazily obsessed, who has, like, way too close of a bond with Pokemon and with this commercialized franchise, literally like the largest fucking IP of all time, period, is Pokemon. So it's like the most mainstream thing. I'm a punk, and like my favorite thing ever outside of like music, wrestling, art is Pokemon. So like, yeah, it's always weird, but I've loved it my whole life, and so being able to like, and finding like other people on the internet were also making music that was influenced by like Pokemon specific was really cool. So shout out honestly to like Cypher Gang, WDFA, like Shofu and them, like shout out, who we got Tanukes from the Pokemon Cypher on the leftovers. Shout out to Nukes, you're awesome, incredible to work with, and top talent. I truly have always thought Tanukes was like one of the best out of them. Love his flow, love his vibe, super good. Yeah, I've gotten to, you know, work with a couple of those guys, and it's been really cool, really fun journey within that, a lot of learning experiences, and yeah, it's just awesome. So this is kind of like our ode to that, and it was very driven by me for sure, pushing to be like, let's make like a ton of Poke Rap songs and Pokemon influenced. So yeah, and it all came, the leftovers came across just because we were making the Wooloo Gang mixtape, and a bunch of other stuff happened in the making of that, right? Like, and it was a mixtape. We're just making a bunch of ideas. Some of those songs have been written for like years, others have not, and we finally got them out. And then the leftovers was a lot of that as well. It was just even more that was happening that we didn't put in the final cut. We were like, oh, we have an idea for that, but it's not really butted into anything, so let's just wait on that or scrap it. And then all of these came to be. We got amazing people to all drop some tracks on it. So shout out to everybody that's featured on here, because this is some Wooloo Gang shit. We wanted everyone who's Wooloo Gang. Plus, you know, there's people missing for sure, but we've got like a ton of people that have always been in our corner, always been supportive, always been the ones to push us. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to Don Wolf for the art. Shout out, this shit rules. There we go. Pull it up a little bit better there. Amazing, incredible. Love the Wooloo Gang. But yeah, I guess that's my introduction, my messy introduction to Wooloo Gang mixtape here. So, without any further ado, let's get it started and let's reignite this bitch, hey? This is Reignited featuring 333 and Rennie 6.
The knob to about 500 degrees. Who these rappers out here playing in these streets? Niggas never know about who the fuck it be. Take another look and then they be like, oh, it's 3. Now we reignited when we united. Best damn gang in the game. Down to fighting, always be excited. Blazing brighter. Room full of gas and I'm about to spark a lighter, bitch. Pull up with that rockin', you know Dwayne ain't from Unova. People shall be popping off like knockoff in the holster. They do double damage when the game be taking over. If they say they got that flat and we keep plasma in the pro, but yeah, we rollin' out. My props, I'm coming now. Make plays when I run the routes. Shoot game going up the cloud. Drip blue hum in the clouds. Graveyard going pound for pound. And you know I got that dog, cause all of my niggas hounds. Got a click of niggas squatting up, man, it look like a battle royale. It's been days gone, then a fortnight since I made up some static sound. It look like I'm needing a buzz to get swollen to gather some calico now. So shawty come passing the person, I'm making it purr in the back of the house. So give me some water, cause I'm overheating and I'ma get back on my max seat. They think they kill me, they wrong when I'm back and I'm pulling their car like it's max seat. Life be crazy as shit like a bat beat. You know we freestyling in the backseat, so that means you a taxi and got Jake locked in the battery.
Might be baby face, but I still carry heat. Circle me, El Tacho Tino, square with me, unleash the beast. Boost the dub for free, plus ultra boulder shoulders, test your strength with me. I got heat but never been burned, try to walk away and see the hail turn. I'm reignited, incineroar inside it. Malaria decapitates, now that your brony lifeless. Now I'm reunited, my team scoring the highest. Wooloo Gang, you heard the word, now we back sparking fire. Red on my Facebook, move big pots, no breaks, age outbreaking loves, but fakes. I'll smack big, jump in and fight the bait, but don't think you got to me. You just appeal to a sadistic part of me, slaughter me. Cross some toros, look sizzling by the heat. Cook your team, we gotta eat. No leftovers for you vultures, but off the cheese. Shiny 100 blue is glued to me, blew up musically. No coin in your case, but in my case, stockpiling in the zone. Safari wildin', every day we grind and claim, but my gear is silence.
Marvelous our scales, weigh 'em out for the sales. Through water dales we run away, water pulse with the hail coming down. You know that leaky got the pound, illuminate everything around. Immunity in this town, our own temple till we're in the ground. Cause we are reignited, picks a death box with the sting. Not easy, the future little one, go pick your wish. 5,400 degrees, burning through this bitch. We've been in the sky for years, you guppy little whoop, a little bitch. Nutty grab the fire, twisted pyro ball you fried. Bunny rabbit hop and get outside, 12 up inside. Only move when you just run away. Mindy was the bride, you can keep that stone forever. We don't trust after the lie.
Said it's hazy in the room, yeah, I just smoked 100 points. Said I'm never running doubles, make it rain, be stack the point. Got for alligator drip to keep it cold like Illinois. And all these circles in my section, they could never get the point. Cause I've been reignited, from quality the highest. You can catch me at the party, rolling up until it's lighted. But you not invited, got a strap for every team. And keep a best type in the party, cause I'm all about that green. And now we on the way. Yeah, all my ladies talking Feeny way, I make it rain. I'm staying masked up in the dark, look like I'm 908. Don't need a pager for my ride, I trust the time and keep the pressure till you make it to the sky. Yeah, we on a secret mission, move out the way if you've been distance. Keep that for sight if you've been vision. Been on the road with no collision, yeah, you can take what you've been given. Just go ahead and break the system. By the time you hit the record, you find out what you've been living, you heard?
What?
You're gonna have that issue too now. Now it's your turn to be like, oh crap, I gotta start playing the next one.
I had a pause. I was vibing.
So
Yeah.
one thing that immediately strikes out to me, and especially as you guys keep going along and doing more and more, because been around a little bit to see it progress, is the use of dynamics, right? Like I love that when somebody makes an intro, everything becomes there's not necessarily quieter, but there's less going on. Like the elements are stripped away, so that way they can really be a focal point. And I think that's really awesome. Like I love that, especially in this context where you're introducing like 4 different vocalists. And then the evolution of textures, like I don't know if that's a sample you have at the beginning, or if it was just like I took a sine wave and then put some filters on it, and then, but it gives us like oh okay, like this sense of trepidation and being dangerous, right? When you start out, then it goes, and it's like okay. And then later on, we introduce another texture with the electric guitars, and it's just like okay, now it feels. That reminds me very much of Pokemon, especially the which I know there's another motif in Pokemon that has like a rock riff like that, and I was like, I very much appreciate those elements.
Yeah, which is like that's I mean, you nailed exactly what the song is. It's basically like the format of just like every verse starts out with the introduction where there's no percussion, or there's like very like it's muffled, it's mixed differently. There's no main percussion going on, and then it kicks in to like your standard beat, and then it's moving, and then you're moving, the whole verse is moving, and then it starts to slowly come down to a sizzle, or it comes, it's either it crescendos or decrescendos, but either way it goes to the next one, which also cuts off the percussion again, right back to it. The sample at the beginning, I don't know. So here's the fun part, right? Is the difference between our crafted music is that in rap, like we can say with some of these tracks when they are produced by the wonderful and lovely Argod, like we can really dissect a lot of that right now without Pokefather being in the chat. Shout out Pokefather, who produced the beat for Reignited and a lot of the beats on the Voodoo Gang mixtape. I don't know. He came up with this and it was half the length. He just came up with the idea. It was basically like, if you listen to the first half of it, that was basically the track. It was 333 who came up with this brilliant idea, which was basically just like, here, I have an idea for this, and then laid all of that out. And I was like, this is fantastic. Like, I would love to hop on this with you and use this for our next thing. Like, that'd be awesome. Like, this was one of the ideas that was kind of rolling, because as soon as Pokefather made this beat, it wasn't too long after that 333 was all of a sudden like, damn, this is so sick. 333 is goated. And then Rennie as well heard it and wanted to hop on it. And so I was like, okay, well, I want Leaky and I to be on it, because like, especially as soon as we came down to like wanting to do the idea of Leftovers, this was the ultimate first track. It's called Reignited. Like, we're back. Like, you thought the tape was done, it's back. Like, fire that shit back up and let's hit with a really heavy banger. It's all bars, all just fucking hitting it hard, flowing hard. Just really bouncy, awesome track. And the guitars that come in at the end on the very last drop, the guitars that come in on the end are me. I recorded like me playing the main like chords, like jun 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 jun, like just like chugging with like a palm mute, just to add that heavy emphasis to the bass, because I wanted it to hit harder, and then accenting the lead melody and a harmony to it with a lead guitar. I added that just because I thought it was fun and I was bored, and then I was like, we'll see if I keep it. Got Rennie's verse, we put it all on there, and then I just decided like, let me mix it down a bit more, but let's keep it because like that really elevates it. Because Rennie has like a little bit more of like he's got a very like laid back timbre and like delivery.
Yeah.
As much as his delivery is very fast and like high energy in the sense of like syllable count, it is he's a very chill dude. So it's like, so on a track that goes this hard, I was like, well, what if the instruments picked up here? So I wanted that guitar to really accent there, so it still feels hefty, even though Rennie isn't gonna come in and be like, "Reunited, yeah!" like yelling into the microphone as hard as possible. You know, like we're not. So it keeps that same energy. So that's really cool. You picked up on that. It's awesome. That's
So-
fantastic.
And it's also one of those things that what maybe I will elucidate an answer as we continue, or I could ask this now. I'll ask it now, and then you can answer, or you can just be like, okay, let's wait till we get to the end. When you go about constructing a track, do you listen to it and you kind of know exactly, like, oh, this person needs to be here? Or is it one of those, like, you more often offer it up as a collaborative effort and people hop on? Like, which one... Do you have a distinct vision more often, or is it just kind of seem more organic in as you go?
Well, it's so both. It's so both, and it just really depends. I would say more often than not, in the more traditional sense of it. Like, if someone was getting into it and they were like, "How do you go about getting a feature, doing this and that?" Excuse me. Like it would be just being like, we have this open spot in this track and we thought like you'd be good here, or it's like we just have an open spot and it's not necessarily like we had you in particular in mind, we just have, you know, like we want a feature by you, like I really want to do a song with you, but so we have multiple. Sometimes we do it that way, like, hey, here's multiple tracks, which one do you want to be on? We have open verses on all of them, blah blah blah. But a track like Reignited is a good example of it just kind of comes across organically, because like I said, it started with 333. It wasn't even like us. It was 333 that first took advantage of that beat. Pokefather posted it in a little chat in our, you know, artist part of the Discord, and was like, here's a new beat. And it was sitting there for a little bit, and Trips, I guess, was cooking that whole time. Made a great introduction for it, so it was like, well, if we all hop on it and we extend the beat, I'm not taking that spot. 333 made a perfect introduction. Like, it's amazing. Like, let's keep that. And I actually like having a feature open. I think it's really fun. I think it's a great way to do it, especially on something like this where we're adding tracks. We already opened the Wooloo Gang mixtape with a song that's just the best damn tag team, Leaky and I, OG Nutty Noise shit. So why don't we introduce this one with the Wooloo Gang, have 333 on that? I think like a song like Reignited, that's definitely, it just kind of comes to us as we go. So I immediately wrote the next verse and said, cool, well, you know, I'm usually the most like active, especially between Leaky and I'm like the most active on there, like hopping on a beat and seeing if there's a beat in the works. I'm usually like immediately on it and immediately posting results and being like, hey, I'm writing to this, by the way, here's what I have, what do you think, blah blah blah. So I just went after, and we just kept the order. We just literally kept the order as the verses came. So it was like, great. So if the beat restarts after I come in, let's have Leaky do that part, and then have Rennie right there at the end. And yeah, it just worked out really, really well. The way, and I Frankensteined the beat together to make it long enough. So it was me that was cutting up the sections and being like, this would sound better here. And then thankfully it worked out really well, and those sections fit perfectly with the way Rennie wrote his verse and with the way Leaky wrote their verse as well. Like, it just really, it worked. It worked out in the end. Whereas like the next song was definitely, which there's no features, but the next song would be a good example of the opposite, where we had an idea, I heard the song, immediately had an idea for it, knew exactly where I wanted Leaky, where I wanted myself, etc. Yeah. Anyone else have any questions on Reignited before we move on here? Good question, by the way. I don't think so. I think we're. I mean, anyone thinks of any questions along the way, just type it in. Like I've said, type it in, please. If you have questions about lyrics, if you want lyrical breakdowns, I am like a nerd about bars. I know no one cares usually, especially because no one knows Pokemon. But that's why I'm like, if you don't understand it and you want to understand it, I will explain in stupid detail to the point where you're like, I don't even care about the bar anymore because you told me too much. I will do it because I'm just such a nerd about it. And like, that's where I'm like, that's my bread and butter is I think that like I put in like a lot of effort into making these references intertwine and work. I do like there's a verse on the regular Wooloo Gang mixtape without the leftovers that I put way too much like thought and reference, and it's a whole scheme that goes on for bar after bar after bar that follows the same scheme. And like, I'm such a nerd about that kind of stuff. But yeah, if anyone has any of those questions, don't be afraid. I am here to break that down. I will pull up the lyrics. Like I will show you everything because I'm really bad about updating any websites with our lyrics. So they're really not out there for anyone to actually be able to see what we're saying. Haha.
Well, we're gonna tackle that question at some point today. Then we'll pick a song. We'll pick one.
Where's the Steve Vai? You missed Steve Vai.
Oh yeah, you missed him. I guess I should update the title. Hold on, can I do that? No, it says both.
Yeah, it says both, right? Yeah. Sorry, I'm not Steve Vai, my friend. Sorry, I'm.
I mean, you're EVI.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, Evie Kai. Evie Kai. Whoa, yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Anyways, it was just...
yeah. No, let's get the next one going. I might just post a link to where to find that record so that they can listen to it.
Yes, do it. Spread the word.
They can get their Vi fix, their Vi discount, Steve.
Discount. As if. All right, y'all. This is the second track of the leftovers here. This is Giovanni, I'm the Boss.
Giovanni, they can't stop me, I'm the boss. Stance on Cyrus, can't be pious, can't be crossed. Feel like Archie, never parch, we got the sauce. Fire like Maxi, fire back, we take no loss. Gets us, you'll never get this, proudly wear the crown. Giratina, awoke a demon, now you upside down. Commander-in-Chief just went, then Wooloo Gang surrounds. J-Bay and Evie, BDT, best damn tag team around.
Got a hunch, we were talking to a crow. On the low, we were doomed from the start. Had the hounds on the ground, up above. All the bats on the bridges, what the bows. We saw Gira smoking Tina, Thunderbolt. Strike those. Big jaw and the big lungs. Total gingy want big funds. Never alone, I got us 112. Forever blessed by the best one. Kick in your door, we rush on in. Fiery kicks to remember us by Nutty. A whole zoo, got a gang to roll with or two. Last off again, we go to another place, another dimension. Distorted realm, release tension. Lives of modest and we needed a pension. Miracle, all that screen to some. Reflection of most is what I boast. Reach my hand and call a toast. Nutty gang, coast to coast.
Giovanni, they can't stop me, I'm the boss. Stance on Cyrus, can't be pious, can't be carouse. Feel like Archie, never parch, we got the sauce. Fight like Maxi, fight back, we take no loss. Gets us, you will never get this, proudly wear the crown. Giratina, awoke a demon, now you upside down. Commander-in-Chief just say when, then Wooloo Gang surrounds. J-Bay and Evie, BDT, best damn tag team around. Giovanni, they can't stop me, I'm the boss. Wild Evie, chomp it easy, I'm like crocodile, I'm the big jaw. Smoking, poking, sa-sa, wait till I mega evolve. Biggest jaw, new beast, and hold on a second, I thought. Can't protect, we gon' raw. Not as high as you think you are. Smack it down, we know you saw. We rock above the final boss. While the Pharaoh gate a carol, dirge a flare, sing you out. Firebird sings a word, a Paris song, and torch the ground. Scorch the town, roll up just to burn it down. Put your fist in if you about to shield the game from every sword around. Cause the ops are against searching with the crew working with the peace learning. New day, big without the E like electricity, got both feet to the ground, not hurting, certain I'ma hurt them. Big boss touch off the game, Big Jaw lead the Woodle gang. Boomerang, bring back the beast, burst them off the stage, pull the final curtain. Giovanni, they can't stop me, I'm the boss. Stance on Cyrus, can't be pious, can't be caroused. Feel like Archie, never parch, we got the sauce. File a maxi, 5 back, we take no loss. Gets this, you'll never get this, proudly wear the crown. Giratina, awoke a demon, now you upside down. Commander-in-Chief, Jesse Wen, then Woodle gang surrounds. J-Bay and Evie, BDT, best damn tag team around.
Appreciate that, Mercurius RX. Really appreciate that. That's actually it's where's the captions? Yeah, where's the closed captions, bro? I mean, if I actually had them like fully organized and stuff, I'd be more willing to have them up the entire time. I should have been more prepared on showing the lyrics the whole time. But what's funny about that is I'm also surprisingly not the best at processing what lyrics are coming at me as I'm first listening to a track. You would think I'm really good at it because of like the music I make and how in depth like lyrically I can be. I'm actually bad at it. So it's really funny that you say that. It's like me too. Probably not as bad, but like I also have a lot of issues with it, which is why I will listen to a track like a ton of times over if I think that there's something I missed. But obviously like rap tracks, it's a lot easier to pull up like lyrics and stuff or just listen to it a billion times. I've done that a lot recently. When I don't have lyrics from features, I'm like, shit, do I just ask them the easy way out or do I listen to their track on repeat over and over and over again? I've actually learned that sometimes doing it yourself is the easier route, apparently.
Sometimes.
Sometimes it do be.
So,
but yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
this feels like a good time to do this then. Because, so, you know how I was talking about, like, the little challenges I gave myself each track that, like, you get to explain your favorite bar. What's your favorite bar? And why does it, because then we can talk about the lyrics, right? And then give that access.
Yeah.
But also, I let you get a chance to geek out, right? Like, show us the thing. Show us the thing that, like, starts your fire.
Do the thing. Okay. Why?
And you don't feel afraid to over-explain, because I remember, I pretend it's me that you're explaining this to, who knows next to nothing about Pokemon, other than I like Dragonite. Not Mega Dragonite, though. I was severely disappointed in that Mega form.
Here, let me see if I can... I was just trying to see if I can put the lyrics in dark mode so I can show them off and it's not just a bright white light on the screen. But like, okay, favorite bar in this? I don't know, that's kind of a tough one. Off the top of my head. That I say or just in general as well?
Let's talk about ones that you say, just because you were talking about how you geek out about, like, man.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess to start, I also realized I should start saying this for every track because this is also different. I really gotta like emphasize who does what here. So, like I said before, of Nutty Noise is like a trio. The main trio is like the core, and so this is a track that's produced by Argod, who is like the main side of production. Is a final say even on beats that is not their own. We are blessed by the Argoddess and the underscore after. Sorry, she was in the kitchen and not just cooking up beats. But But yeah, so this was made by Argod, and I saw that it was like the Pokemon Giratina. It was named after Giratina, and like the way the sample in it is, like I was like, oh, okay. I heard it and was like some final boss type shit. Like this is like, Giratina's like the legendary that's on the cover of Pokemon Platinum. It is like this interdimensional demon. It's like a demon from an upside down world, this alternate dimension that is basically the corner of space and time. It is because the two legendaries in Gen 4 are Dialga and Palkia. Dialga, this like dragon of time, and Palkia, who's this dragon of space. And so Giratina is like destruction. Giratina is like the devil type thing, if you will. Like it is the essence of destruction and otherworldliness, Cthulhu-esque. And so I was like, cool, final boss type shit. And that's how I came up with like the chorus was like, oh, Giovanni is the main boss of Team Rocket. And if people know me, I love Team Rocket. Ever since I was a kid and watched the anime, Team Rocket were my favorite characters. I love Team Rocket to this day. I'm obsessed with them. And then like as a whole, not just the anime, not just Goofy, Jesse, and James and Meowth, but like actually Team Rocket as the organization. They're just like silly bad guys, very stereotypical bad guys take over the world, blah, blah, blah. But like I love it, and I love the way that they look and their style. I think it's really cool, mafia-esque. Sweet. And so I started out with Giovanni, They Can't Stop Me, I'm the Boss. Like it's very simple. And then like I went through and I went to every single, not every single, but I reference a bunch of different leaders from different groups and organizations throughout Pokemon games. So like I referenced Giovanni, I referenced Cyrus, Archie, and Maxie. Like we get a bunch of those in there. We get N from Gen 5. So like that's like just the hook itself, right? And like the hook, I like that hook. I think it's good for that little spot where there's like, I put the hook right where there's no beat all the way until the end. I thought that was like such a great way to structure a beat and really made the idea come to life so fast. Trying to think if I have a really good bar in here. So I think, okay, so here we go. I found one. That was just an explanation of like how in depth I'll go just for a hook, just for like lyrics on a chorus. I could have put anything that was catchy and didn't really care and just said shit, just talked my shit, which I kind of do, but I wanted it to be a little bit deeper. Going into my verse, so there's a part right when I pick it up where I say, let's see, 'cause the ops lurking, searching, we're the crew working. So my favorite part, I guess my favorite bar in the song is New Day, big without the electricity. I got both feet to the ground, not hurting, certain I'ma hurt them. And so for people who don't know, I'm also a wrestler, and I am obsessed with wrestling and the art of wrestling. And I love the New Day. Shout out the New Day. They're a WWE signed group. Now they're a tag team. They were a trio. Big E was a part of that trio because it's Xavier Woods, Kofi Kingston, and Big E. And Big E was a part of that trio. Big E got injured. Big E came back to say that he's going to try and be a part of it, but his injury really changed his like outlook. And then they turn on him. A group that no one thought would ever do anything like that. They turn on Big E. And so haven't been a fan of wrestling since the Hardy Boys. Well, buckle up, Buckaroo. No,
Buckaroo Banzai.
Because fucking yeah. So New Day, they turn their backs on Big E. So New Day, big without the E, electricity, got both feet to the ground, not hurting, certain I'ma hurt them, because I went with big without the electricity for the pun and the play on words with Big E and New Day, but in Pokemon, electric type moves can't affect ground type Pokemon. So if I have both my feet on the ground and you're bringing your static, you're electric, you're not affecting me. So yeah, I tied in wrestling with a Pokemon reference, wrapped it all up into a nice little bow, you know, like, and that's a thing that I like to pride myself on. I can weave two references at once and make them work. I hope I make them work. I mean, I don't want to just say I make them work for sure. Yeah. Because what if I fucking don't and I'm blowing smoke out of my ass? Because I don't always make it work 100%. I think that's one of the ones that worked flawlessly, in my opinion. But yeah, that's a big part of it for me, at least. I don't know. I hope that was what you wanted there.
Yeah, no, I think that shows the writing process of, like you said, like, putting these two references together to get a good product.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like adding all these things, and it's just to pop yourself, you know what I mean? Like to pop yourself, or sometimes I write stuff in the moment because I know it'll make Leaky laugh really, really hard, or I know later our God will just shake their head at me and she'll just be like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, why did you do that? And like, you know, haha. It's just fun, and that's like a part of the fun is you have to like, it can be really tedious to try and make these flawless and make these bars work. So you have to really love and enjoy what you're writing. So make it enjoyable for yourself while still making it translatable to whoever's listening. Yeah. Yeah. I'm wagging my finger and shaking my head right now. Good.
Yeah,
as you should be. I would be to myself as well.
You want to hop into Dark Cave?
Next track, we in that dark cave featuring Austin. Shout out Austin.
In my dark cave, keep my goals high. Staring up at them, upside down, up all night. In my dark cave, feel so fly. So sly up in the coop and scheming up all night.
Hey, the first thing Leaky do, we hit him with the flash. Grip our wrist back and forth, light our way. Blocks I blast your batty ass attitude. Makes us crow, makes us yak. Dirty hunting gold while your oars more pack rat. Second thing we do is grab our crew, chill in the zoo. Got a cutie on my hand, we don't need another boo. The best and melodic, you pick up on that clue. Princess Leaky got a raging one, I'll blow it in your suit. Step 3, show these little side duckies how it work. All these fees add up, you ain't paying banks with dirt. Like a giant's bed, the debt over your head. Whoa, shirt, break back together under the weather, we gonna make it hurt. The 4th step, got a little bit of a drop. Before you walk into the mall, learn how to shop. We got rings for days, but still we're better than you with the mop. 100 different caps in my closet, I'll call the cops. Wrist lock, nerve damage, tippy top, got no manners. Louis to your ass and I'll be everywhere on cameras. Hide out in the dark cave, you can find me, I'm a scammer. Bitter blades out for all you wannabes with hammers.
In my dark cave, keep my goals high. Staring up at them, upside down, up all night. In my dark cave, feel so fly. So sly up in the coop and scheming up all night. In my dark cave, in my dark cave. In my dark cave, in my dark cave. In my dark cave, in my dark cave. In my dark cave, in my dark cave.
Hold up, wait. They looking around, but ain't nothing to find, and no agent to let you flash. Blindfolded, I take out the whole team of any damn trainer and leave with they cash. Just one little glare and they paralyzed, terrified, stuck in a place where they can't fucking move it. It's true. So I'm hoping you brought an escape rope, cause if not, you trapped in it too. Your destiny bonded with mine, so with this song, I'll make sure they perish in time. Guess they lacking awareness, they move with too careless, and now they look scared lost inside of this mind. I'm an eater or drink, so if you didn't sleep, then I take all the pleasant thoughts out of your mind. Guess it makes sense that you feeling a chill moving fast, in your spine. Like a night shot on my type, you having priority. Not a ghost, but I'm a trainer, just like what it mean. You don't got the strength to empathetic compete, so if you can step to me, you're inevitably sword, it ain't no chest, so you better rest, Joe. Otherwise, you gon' get a sucker punch to the chest, though. Deep in the night. Now I'm feeling like a kleptomaniac, cause every rest in a contest. I'm a king in the first right here for the gambit. Dragon Pole 5 chain strapped for the cannon. They finna feel the maximum damage. Cause when my belly drum slaps is an anthem. They hating the uproar I make, they can't stand it. So I gotta bulldoze the ground when they standing and open the fish at the size of the planet. And remove their ass from the game, now they banish. The rebounds to help them. Latios, what am I do to their soul? Ain't a way to survive. I've been running game for eons, so that's why you look up at ass never made it inside. Because this terror mind is the place of legends and they omnipresent. So you ain't with the vibe, then you on the outside looking in. While I wait for the 28th time I collect my life right because I'm in my dark cave, keep a close eye. Because you never know what's gonna scurry by. In my dark cave, never looking bright. My senses heightened with no exit round inside. In my dark cave, in my dark cave. In my dark cave, in my dark cave. In my dark cave, in my dark cave. In my dark cave, in my dark cave.
In my dark cave. That's where I'm at right now. Pretty
I
dark in here.
allow that. I love that part where you allow the.
The what? The
There-
what part?
There's like a little squeak, like kind of like the squaw and Bad Mother. There's a wah right, like in the middle of Leaky's verse.
Oh. In my scrungalow, in my scrungalow, in my scrungalow, in my scrungalow. Oh yeah, in Leaky's verse. I think that's Leaky too. That's just a Leaky ad lib. Leaky just went like, they just made some like funny ass ad libs. Is Leaky still in here? Is Leaky still watching? Probably just lurking more than anything.
Leaky,
But,
more
like,
like Lurky.
Shout out Leaky, the other half of the best damn tag team with me. Yeah, Leaky killed it on this whole thing. I think like what the nuts part about Leftovers is that Leaky really went out like lurky. Yeah, Leaky's lurky. You can't be lurky during the part where it's your music too. Come on. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. No. It's not a question for you. I'm just curious if you were here. I was just curious if you were still here because I'm going to be talking about you a lot. So I figured like if I know you're present enough to like correct me if I'm wrong on anything, like it's just good to know that you're there. You can lurk if you want. I am totally chill with you just lurking. I just needed to know. Love you. But Leaky killed it on Dark Cave. I think Leaky killed it on Reignited. I think Leaky crushed it. I forgot to say that about the last track, Giovanni. They are so damn good. They're locking in. What are they locking in on? Anyway, but they're I don't need it's fine. Do you. But no, they like if you listen to Giovanni again, listen to Leaky's verse, it's like the tightest Leaky verse to a to like a beat. It is so flawless. The rhythms match so well, and Dark Cave is very similar. Like I love Leaky's delivery on it. I love the way it switches up and follows like the dynamic of the beat. I think the parts where Leaky gets more goofy in the delivery, which is like a good thing. Like you just like you get into it and you don't give a fuck how it comes out. It just happens. Mr. Big Peener Liquor. Peenar. But yeah, like Dark Cave is a phenomenal Leaky verse. And Austin also just absolutely kills it. Austin over delivered too. I did not ask for Austin to do anything that was a callback to the hook. I did not ask Austin to layer himself on the hook where I lead into his verse. I did not ask for any of that. I did not ask for Austin to layer the in my dark cave at the end. He did all of that, plus did all of these cool little edits to his ad libs and added like 5 layered vocal tracks. Like
That's
I'm not
really
used
cool.
to that.
Yeah.
Austin and Triple Three actually is one of the only people I'm used to doing that. Is Triple Three will literally send you like 5-6 tracks and you're like, oh wow, damn, like this dude really has like so many ideas and such a good understanding of how he wants his stuff delivered. Like yeah, it's just awesome. And like I think it was really cool that Austin picked up on like the theme of the song and just went with it. If you listen to Austin's verse and break down the lyrics, I wish I had just straight up his lyrics. I might in an email, but like really good. I actually think they are in the email, but like really good. Really, really good. Matched the theme, added his own stuff that's all Pokemon related, but really just heard the theme of Dark Cave, which is a location in the Gen 2 games, which are my favorite, Johto in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, the Dark Cave. And so that's what it's referenced to. I'm also a big fan of the song because I didn't do a verse. I just heard it, made this catchy hook, and went, yeah, I don't need a verse. I'm all right. I'm like, Leaky, just do a full verse. I don't want to share it. Like, just do a full. You've got a great idea. Nail it. And then I was like, let's get Austin on this. I wanted Austin on another one. The last one we did was which is a verse that he did forever ago before it was even released, but we released last year, the Gang Goes Hard 2, and Dragon Drip Evie is featuring Austin, used to go by Austin Stevens, on that track. And Austin also did
I lost your audio. Did I lose internet again?
No.
I don't see any drop frames. Hold on. Head Discord for a second.
Of course, my friend. Of course. I appreciate your musicianship. I don't think anyone has any other questions. No one else is in their dark cave, in their dark cave, in their dark cave. You should play my alt verse if Stone Cold couldn't submit theirs in time. You know what's funny is I actually did have an alt verse, and it is on my Patreon. So there is an alternative version of Dark Cave where I have a verse instead, where I go off of some references that Leaky made in theirs, and I actually really enjoy the verse that I wrote for it, but was like, I'm really glad Austin pulled through and sent a phenomenal verse. Really, really good. But yeah, Dark Cave equals butthole reference. Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Don.
On that note, we can move on to the next song, I guess. I also keep forgetting to switch the scene to close-ups of our face talking about it and not. My bad, chat. Oh, well. All right. If no one has any other Dark Cave comments, questions, concerns, or butthole references, we're going to move on to Dazzling Dreams featuring Growl Tiger. Yeah, I'll tell stories about it after. Without any further ado, let's go.
Feel the sail, dream come true. Luring voices whisper, trying to tell you what to do. Exploding to miss you, ain't for me with your dread and kiss.
Like you and me, they don't think there can be rain.
always trying to stop us every season. Human treason, always start a ruckus. They just mad they can't fuck us. It's obscene and I'm still fiending for her. Oh, but like Lehman, fuck ice. Stay shining, hyper beaming, no rest. We still healing, find a reason. But it's getting cold for us. Frozen over a roller, oh, a cold shoulder. We still burning up a passion for the future side. A better life, fighting for the right of a type.
You know something I absolutely love about that song?
Huh.
The levels of subversion. Just, it's so fun and so just poppy, but it's also, if you're listening to like the lyrical intent, it says a lot.
Yeah.
Like y'all talk about some. I mean, the wordplay. Obviously, they don't think there could be fairy types like you and me.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, and then of course, fuck ice. And that's kind of like the moment where I think if you're not a cognizant listener who's not really paying attention to the lyrics or like what's being said, that'll be jarring to you. But if you're actually like going to listen to it again and you have that frame of reference, you're like, oh, we're talking about human rights here. Like, okay, no, I'm down for that. Duh.
Yes.
And I love that.
That's subversion is the name of the game with pop tunes to me. That's why I love, like, a lot of my favorite bands do that a lot. Like Fall Out Boy's obsessed with it. They like refuse for things to just be like surface level. Like it has to be deeper than that. Everything has to be convoluted and wrapped in this very confusing way. And like same with this, and like Dazzling Dreams is a play on Bubble Dream, which is the song featuring Growl Tiger on the original release of the Nutty Noise Wooloo Gang mixtape. And Bubble Dream is a perfect example of your typical pop with subversive lyrics, where it's very simple. There's not much to it. There's not much depth to even the lyrics, but the lyrics are super happy sounding, but it's all about just dreading the monotonous day-to-day life. But very just very fitting for it, very nice and poppy. Dazzling Dreams was literally because, shout out to our God for making this one, same as Bubble Dream, an EDM connoisseur, a mastermind of the electronics. And Dazzling Dreams, I believe the working title of just like the track, the instrumental, when they were done making it, was literally like Bubble Dream 2, Bubble Dream Part 2 or some shit. Or I said that immediately or something. I can't remember what it was. But like, I was like, cool. Well, Dazzling Dreams, like Dazzling Beam, just like Bubble Beam is a song. Is a move, sorry, in Pokemon. Bubble Beam's a move, Bubble Dream's a song. Dazzling Beam is a move, Dazzling Dreams is the song, and it's a fairy type move. So I was at work and was like, what are all the beams? Dazzling Beam, Dazzling Dreams. Cool. Listens to the melody once. I hear the piano part go blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, okay, there it is. There it is. That right there's the main melody. We either take it out or we mix the piano in to not be the lead instrument. We use a vocoded vocal that constantly repeats that. And then have Growl Tiger, shout out Growl, hopping in and really bringing that hook to life. And like you said, like this song has a lot more to say. So we turned that whole idea of the fairy type move into a fairy type anthem. So shout out to all the queers. Um, so I feel like that's like the thing. If I, oh sorry, I called the beat Twinkle Heart, but after I made the beat, I thought it was very similar to Bubble Dream, and you thought the same too. That's what it was. I remember we both came to the conclusion. That's right. It is called Twinkle Heart. I still have the beat on my phone. But yeah, we both were like, this is just Bubble Dream Part 2. And then that was the perfect thing to say. Because a lot of the times I get ideas genuinely, like it shouldn't matter. The beat can be called Fart Poop, and it could be the best beat ever, but it's called Fart Poop because the producer's like, I don't know what to call it. You call it whatever you want. Make a song out of it. I'm calling the beat Fart Poop. I get a lot of my ideas from the names of the beats that I'm on because I pick up on like, what are you dropping here? Sometimes it's a meme title and it has nothing to do with the song. Other times they're genuinely like, this beat has a very mournful feel. So I called it like early in the morning, but spelled with a U, like, or something like that. Stinky poop, farty McFart pants, 69 420 BPM. Literally all of Trini's songs. See, like yeah, you have like a beat called Living Legend, and so then you sit down and go, yeah, bitch, I'm a living legend till I die. Like you go off of like the beat name. Yeah, see, like that happens. Like artists do that sometimes within this field. But the fun part with Nutty Noise is sometimes it's a derivative of, or it's something that we said about the beat. Like Leaky and I look at each other and we're like, what is this corn on the cob, clown ass, carny ass beat? And then we're like, oh, it's got to be a Carney song or some shit, whatever, like we literally do that all the time. And that's like our guttural reaction of something, or of like the beat, or what the beat is called, is like what drives the song. So it wouldn't be as gay without it being, for one, called Twinkle Heart, and then two, us all going, wow, this is Bubble Dream Part 2. I love Dazzling Dreams. My queer ass obviously loves it. And I pride myself a lot on not just doing typical braggadocious rap bars mixed with Pokemon references. I also like making songs that mean something and actually have a like connection within Pokemon and within your own traumas, real life problems. So like humans' rights, I'm still making Pokemon references in my verse. Leaky is still making Pokemon references in their verse. Like the hook is obviously Pokemon references with a Mario Kart reference, like to really tie together the nerdy gayness. But it is still very gay. And that like Miss Drevis is a good example of like the sad part of it. It's a song about like grief and mourning and what you can run away from, what you can't. But it's done with all references to one Pokemon throughout every bar. Even there's a couple other ones that are outside of Miss Drevis, but like, yeah, like that's something I really pride myself on. So Dazzling Dreams is a big example of that.
And also, I think it's a good time to mention for those who don't know, Growl's second work.
Yes, this is. Growl has been like making their own stuff for a little bit, and like the best way that they can. They don't have much, but we're working on it. We're gonna work on trying to get Growl to release some of their own stuff and try and help them produce it, along with getting Growl on more work and doing some collaborative work in the future, near future. But yeah, so this is Growl's like second ever song, really, like second feature with us. And these two songs are the only songs you'll find with Growl Tiger's name on it on any streaming platform. So shout out Growl Tiger for taking that leap with us here.
Start of an era.
Start of a freaking era. Speaking of start of an era, is shout out to this next guy who's featured on this song, which this is also going to be the first example of a not Pokemon song. We did drop one or two references. But this guy's also pretty early on when it comes to releasing verses and songs. He's got actually quite a bit written, like fully written, conceptualized songs on beats that he's found or beats that our homies have made. Very talented writer, phenomenal writer, crushed a debut performance.
Can't confirm. Was there?
Can fucking confirm. So without any further ado, we'll talk more about that after. This is the Always Sunny remix in reference to the same beat that was used on a song I called Always Sunny in Paldea. I did a rap about the Gen 9 Pokemon games that are set in a region called Paldea, and I wrote the rap only with the info they gave us before the game came out. So I made references to Pokemon I had no idea what they were, besides the like 2 things they gave us. And it became actually like a lot of people really like that song. They really like the vibe. They love the beat. They love the hook. I don't remember why we really decided. I was like, well, maybe like people like that beat. Maybe we should do a remix on that beat. I know some of my homies want to rap on it. So it's Scrungalo time. The song was called Always Sunny in Paldea in a reference to Philadelphia, the show, Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Why not make an Always Sunny in Philadelphia rap? So here we go.
Be it a bar or state, live just straight to the bank. Living that life in PA, me and my crew, yeah, we do what you can't. You cannot mess with my pace. Charlie, if you tryna race. I mean it, don't fade what I say, live it shorter to the point I keep that shit frank like. Told the girl, come get a taste, yeah. Now she don't wait no cafe, no, she gon' get the boy peddling like Jackson, out of what my top out of way. You can't fuck on my face, yo. Let the trash for how I get my way, please don't look at my pay stub, or you'll see that it legit like firm run no bankers. Before he paid us, yeah, I'm the shark, got my braids did. Frank up in the pageant, can't touch the kid, I'll get wasted. Tryna take shots, but you faking. Charlie Mac Dennis, what type of games are we playing? I spend too much while it still feels like I'm saving. Fam shit, we're just massive obtaining. You cross the game, that's in your life, like T the cricket. If you beg, I'ma end all your prayers. Not a stack, I'm just playing. But if you push it, you'll find out about the truth, what I'm saying. I feel like an insane fight a hot tub, I survive man right after his weighing. Okay, let's just face it, your career been like the bubble for Frank by the way that it's tanking. Bust on your doors and guns blazing, but you won't say shit because of duplication.
Your rickety fits giving cricket, burning down the house with you in it. Be true till it stay mad. I'm a master of karate. My maniacs will ring you out. My birds of prey running to take out the trash. The gang always Sunday.
BDTT, flow so sick, J Bay and EV, Hugh and Vic. Look around, we own this shit. Money me now. I need ambulance, we need the bank, make a frank, we got the dang. Charlie Stank. So anyway, I saw the blessing cause they touched the cake. I take the oxygen. The money we are crew blue. Wanna get rich, Vic? Yeah, I certainly do. Here we the golden gods. A reppin' golden rod. I remember being in the Prius back east, man. Say to start a car. Roll on the dash, we going far. We remain the game because we raise the bar. Big Bird wanna drink, so we go back up. Go let the whole wheel, we know it's bird law.
All our deals drip with honey. So hand over the money, you'll put it in the bag. Because of the implication. Sorry, I don't find it funny. We trolled you home for a fee. We leave you fade to black. The gang's always Sunday.
Right, stopping the track is a thing. Right. Yeah. Always Sunny remix featuring Trini Daddy.
Trinidaddy. Oh, my camera was doing weird things again. Trinidaddy. Which, Trini, shout outs to Trini for honestly
For
being much better than they give themselves credit for. Yeah, you better.
Ain't that the truth?
You gotta respect Trini.
Yeah, put respect on Trini's name. Tell Trini to record these originals. Let's that's another person that like I said about Growl Tiger, I really want people to hear what he has to offer. I think they're really good songs, and I've been hearing them for some of them for a couple years, so I dropped the best verse on the album, Lamau.
Oh, oh.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy. Best verse on the album? I mean, hey, I'm not going to tell you you're right or wrong. I'm not going to tell anyone they're right or wrong.
Except
whatever you think's the best verse, the best verse.
Thank you.
I think it is definitely like that's a pretty damn top tier. Even out of all 30 songs that are on like the full mixtape as a whole, that verse is like super good. It's really tight. The delivery's nice. Really fits the beat flawlessly. The bars are crazy for Always Sunny fans. It's phenomenal. For Always Sunny fans, like I just love that song. I'm a big fan of that show. And so being able to do a song where we just did a bunch of references, we all just had a blast. We're popping each other. I remember the first time we were like all showing each other this stuff, or like being able to show like Riles is a big Always Sunny fan. And so Riles was like, oh my God, I'm going to like understand the references.
Yeah.
And like, and it was like so good. Like so good. They were like cracking the fuck up. You can tell the truth about my verse. No, I genuinely think the delivery is really good. Like, I know you're saying it's the weak point, but if that's the weakest point of it, then you've got nothing to worry about because it's like, it's pretty damn good. There might be like one or two lines that could have been delivered better because of like the way they're layered and such, but like that's such a minuscule thing. Like no one notices that. Like everyone who's listened to it, like there's everything. I could nitpick everything, but I'm trying to celebrate everything right now. So like, yeah, I think it's gas, and I still do. As in why it was the weak point, not that it was weak. Yeah. I get you, though. Yeah, it's super good. I think it's a super good verse, but the whole song is like it's just so much fun. The way that it references back to the original track that we're remixing. Are very few little Pokemon lines that Jay and I have weaved into our BDTT verse, our best damn tag team verse. Very fun, very fun. I love that we're able to do that. Shout out Argod beat on the original. So it's the same beat. So shout out Argod. CBTT. The cock and ball tag team. Any other questions on Always Sunny remix?
Not that I can really be insightful about. I just enjoy it, and I'm glad to spotlight Trini in a very meaningful way.
Hell yeah. It's an awesome song. Yeah, I'm really happy with like a lot of these. Very proud of how all of this turned out. Speaking of pride and stuff, I talked about it a little bit, right? I've been saying that yeah, exactly. We need more Trini on more Nutty, which will be happening. We got to start, which I've been meaning to do. We will hopefully, maybe we'll do that tonight or tomorrow, and whatever time Leaky and I can get together and talk about some of these next things that I have a plan for the next couple of things that Nutty Noise Camp is going to be working on. But I'll discuss that off stream, obviously. But for now, we're going to get to the next track here. Like I said before, influenced by the Pokemon Cypher Gang, WDFA, Shofu. So shout out to Nukes for doing the feature for this. Oh, hell yeah. Hells yeah. I'll probably still be up. Have fun drinking. I'll pop a brewski with you when you're back. When you're on. But yeah, shout out to Nukes for doing this. It was just really cool. You know, I still like to have moments where I can be like hype on working with somebody where it's like, oh yeah, like a lot more people know who this is than they know who I am, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and that kind of stuff. I still try and get like excited. You know, I've been taught a little bit like in wrestling. Sometimes that can be very frowned upon depending on the way you go around being like a fanboy about a living human being in front of you that you're working with. But like in music, I like to oh, I appreciate that, Trini. Thank you. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. um but yeah, like it's hard to now a little bit to get too excited about certain things. So because of that mindset, but I think in music I definitely try and be a lot more excited. And this was one that I was really hype on, really really happy with how it came out. And once again, another song in a row that isn't really too much Pokemon reference heavy. In fact, I think there's like one or two. It's like mainly the hook and like one or two in Jay and I's verse.
Yeah.
But without any further ado, Red Equals Green featuring Tanukes. Beat by Pokefather.
Young Nuki, baby. Whoa. Yeah. Nuki been a great, won't explain myself. The pain I felt, been insane, but it's worth my wealth. Lil loud when I want, bumping on my stealth. Training sessions, straight rejections till I earn my belt. Felt, tell your boss that Nuki be in the area. He carry crazy shit that's no go, dispose of the managers. The crew so covert, I don't even know when the plan is up. The crew so go murk if you step on a quarter land of us. They scorn the manning up, boy, they're scared to move now. The deuce is a douche, I don't give a fuck how you pussies drown. And who the fuck are they to think they true to what gangy bout shit? Y'all can pull up with bars and lose at a gangy bout. I'll make double all my profits, I'm a muddy fucking kid getting meals with all my pockets. If you say I already did, I doubt that shit and I'll squash it. Nuki and OG and you can see it how I call it, yeah.
Nuki and Nutty got you beat. Down for the count, the 1, 2, 3. No referee, we make you bleed. Dot, 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 red equals green. Looking mean, we bring the heat. The heel turn, no miss a beat. Do not speak, down on the team. Or dot, 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 red equals green.
Jake storming this bitch, black and white, we want a tone.
Evie Roo got attitude if we don't got beer money.
Glorious timeless, you marks looking diamond.
Can't draw with the smeargle, but you'll get color on my fist.
Remember, we coming for the verde. Rojo hold my eyes from the top shelf there they. Hard day, get it for the low, I'm a perky. Let me load my bolt, I'ma need a Percy.
Make it personal, I'ma make it terminal, no mercy. The game's still the same, spit in your face, leave you thirsty.
Got a ghost on my hand, keep these bitches screaming curse
Stop
me.
the gobbledygook, we cooking you turkeys. Best damn tag team.
Mario up B,
Luigi up B. Damn, we still making coin today.
Nuki and Nutty got you beat. Down for the count, the 1, 2, 3. No referee, we make you bleed. Dot, 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 red equals green. Looking mean, we bring the heat. The heel turn, no miss a beat. Do not speak, down on the team. Or dot, 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 red equals green.
Your ghost passed by, now I'm telling my...
See, that one's fun because it has I like the build up into that one. It's kind of like a... Honestly, that one gives me very much Juba Life vibes with the way it builds up and allows just something you don't really hear too often from Naughty Noise. I feel like you guys did a lot of new things with this one, with just delivery, particularly.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Like what part of the delivery?
Like, I can't think of too many times where you and Leaky do a harmony together.
Oh, yeah, when we both are actually doing shit at the same time. We used to, like, on a couple things, we would actually, like, there's a couple tracks back in the day where we'd be like, this is how we have to do stuff. We're like a duo. So let's, like, we do each other's doubles. Like if we did doubles recorded on our verses, it wouldn't be me doing my own doubles, it'd be Leaky doing the doubles. So we'd have to like teach each other our verses and the timings and all this stuff. You know, we obviously didn't follow that very strictly. But yeah, we I think with the Wooloo Gang mixtape as a whole, the original and these leftovers, I think we did a lot more of that. I think we really returned to like, we're the best damn tag team. Let's do way more songs together. And like, if we have features, let's do one verse shared. Let's share more verses. Let's act like we're a tag team on the mic. Let's go back and forth. And I think Always Sunny and Red Equals Green, like Always Sunny's the fast version of us going really back and forth, and Red Equals Green is the smooth version where we're going a lot slower, but we're really adding to each other's verses. We lead off of each other, like they trail off with one idea, I pick up the same idea and then add what I have to say about that idea and then pass it back, and then they add what they have to say about what I added, or you know, what have you. Yeah, so yeah, I think that is something that we were conscious of. So that was what you just pointed out. It was a very conscious decision. We were like, all right, let's do more stuff. Let's make the best damn tag team really a thing with the Wooloo Gang mixtape. Like, let's remind people, because we used to do it a lot, and I think maybe that's why we did so much within like a year and a half, where we recorded and wrote over like 200 songs because of COVID. And with like rap, right, like we're not every single time we had to worry about making the beats and like the instrumentals. So it was like we literally would just 200 plus verses between the both of us within like a year, which is absurd. That's why like a lot of the music, like you'll hear stuff on like Gang Goes Hard 2 or even on Wooloo Gang mixtape that might be like from 2021 or even 2020, honestly. But like we wrote so much that it was like, we're not just dropping everything. Like, you know, we got to like finish this shit out. We got to do this. We got to do that. So yeah, definitely made that a conscious effort here.
And for me, I don't know what it is about in this one specifically, the way the tag team worked, it's more, I don't want to say punchy, but I want to say present. It's like, it's chilled, but present. It's kind of like Straight Outta Compton for me. It's like, I can really feel the sense of camaraderie and brotherhood and like, yo, we got each other's back. Like, the real sense of family is there in this one. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think the energy we brought on this verse, we both were having like a lot of fun, and we wrote this at the exact same time. So I think that's what you're hearing is like, and that's like a thing that we don't think about. We just think like, oh, we're doing a best damn tag team verse. Let's just do this. And then you say that. And then I say this. I'm going to write this. Then you do 4. And then I'm going to write 4. And then you write 4. And then I'm going to write 4. And then we're going to do an 8 together or whatever. Instead of just doing that, we were on call. And it was literally like, okay, cool. You start. Okay. I'm going to say, Jay Stormin' this bitch. Black and white, we want a Tony. I'm like, stop there. I just read that and went, okay. Immediately, Evie Rue got attitude. If we don't got beer money. And then was like, okay, now it's your turn. And we literally just sat there on call going like, okay, let's write literally line for line, but we both have to come up with the next line, you know? So I think that's what you're hearing is this is like, as much as it's like a slower one, so it'd be really easy to fake that. That was like a very genuine connection. You're hearing like a legitimate cohesiveness within the writing and the delivery because of the way it was written. We couldn't record it in person, otherwise it would be like super, super close in delivery. Like we used to be like, it would just be like, I'm here at the computer sitting there and they're recording, and then we just switch. And it would just be like, boop, 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 boop. And we can do everything, control everything in the environment. This is like the first time it felt like that, I think, without being in person.
Yeah.
So that's cool that it translates over. I don't think about that stuff until you bring it up like that. I don't think about it and was like, oh, that's interesting. Everything I just said sound very confident. Like I already knew that. I did not. I will I assure you, I was not thinking about this. I've never thought about it that way. I just was like, damn, despite it being a simple verse, I think this is a really fun one. And we both were like, as soon as we like I was done like recording it and then like put a quick edit, not even a final, just like a really quick edit on it so we can listen to it. We were both like, damn, really fuck with this verse. And Tanooks liked what we did on it, thought it was really fun. Yeah, good stuff. Shout out to Nukes. And we did a lot of wrestling references. Our verse is like almost all wrestling references. The hook is a wrestling reference mixed with a Pokemon reference. Tanooks did no Pokemon references. I forgot to ask him when I like got the feature. I was like, here's the track. Forgot to say anything about it being a Poke-Rap track. So he just dropped what he dropped. I love it. It's good stuff. But there's one little scheme he put in there in the first half that talks about Stone Cold and about being a champion. And I was like, this guy doesn't even know. And so I told him to, and he was like, oh, that's badass. I had no idea. It's like, I'm glad you picked up on that. He's like, that's sick. I don't think I realized you were the wrestling guy. And I was like, yeah. So he's like, that's actually awesome as fuck that it worked out that way, and then influenced us to write a huge wrestling verse that, yeah, just encapsulates everything that's nutty. We don't let anything limit us. We just do what we do. We have a good time. Yeah, I love that track. That's
a good one.
It's hard because every single time I listen to all of these, I'm like, damn, that's a great track. That's a great track. Wow, I'm really happy. I'm like really happy with these. At least these first, like, obviously some of these are like demos and then acoustic versions, which like I like them. It's just these ones are like the full-fledged songs that should have been, you know, a part of like the full tape originally, stuff like that. Like these feel so solid. So solid.
Yeah, but isn't that a great place to be, like where you like what you're doing and you like listening back to it?
Oh, it's the best.
It's okay
it's
to like
the best
stuff,
feeling
everybody. It's okay to like the things
yes.
you do. In fact,
yes, that's what I've been telling people. I'm like, this is our time. I'm like, right now I'm just trying to really actually enjoy what I just did. And I've been trying to like sit with it and actually just like have fun. And it is a lot of fun. And I'm proud of a lot of this. Yeah, good stuff. We got more. We got more. The last one out of the, I don't know how to like categorize it, but I guess like the non-demos, the non-acoustic versions, the full-fledged songs here. This is the last one of those before we start getting to the very extra 2020 demos, acoustic demos, and 2 unplugged versions of Wooloo Gang songs. This one means a lot to all 3 of us here in Nutty. This song's called Toto.
Your ghost passed by, now I'm dialing my Toto, my dog back home. And I know there's no place like where my mama told me I gotta go for the gold. Now I'm homesick, got a fire inside, a dwindling light, going silver and gold. Lost my glow, but kept dad's inside, made a fighting type. Now I'm going down swinging, making noise, yeah.
Cindy, I was begging you, please, don't make me plead. Your love flashed me, I felt fire in my knees. Our bond was ablaze, I love getting a taste. I'd be crawling up the rope if you just let me escape. Tell Jenny to wait, she got an officer apartment, she can stay at upstate. They synthesize all the loud language Cynthia away. Comp good, fit hard, just can't catch a break. Spit up, I got a cup here to stockpile tears. Every song's over, tell them swallow fear. Cherish my cherubi, hanging in gear. Smoke on my flute, I go south of the ear. I look around, don't know why, all the good disappear. My reflections tell lies, hit a shot that we veer. They know the nutty course dragging these balls when they cheer. These nuts in your face, I said give me an ear in your throat. I'ma make a bit whole. Go coke in your mental, rearrange your dental. Never go femto, eyes only get dancing 2 words, huh? What's that?
Your ghost passed by, now I'm dialing my Toto, my dog back home. And I know there's no place like when my mama told me I gotta go for the gold. Now I'm homesick, got a fire inside, a dwindling light, grew to silver and gold. Lost my glow, but kept dad's inside, made a fighting type. Now I'm going down swinging, making noise, yeah. Your ghost passed by, take me where travel. I'm on my grave till my face turns blue. Guess I'm still total, timing on you. Well, I hope you feel it too.
meditate and concentrate on all the memories of over 2 decades. From Panda Way, go to Nutty Ways. No, I couldn't feel growth without your faith. Friends, fans, and family wished and prayed over 2 decades. From they faced each phase of KSK. Gang was the rage until we lost the way. I pushed them all away, and now it's blunts to the face. I can't blame a rainy day for the tears in my ashtray. If Drew made it through, would we still be gang? Nice shoes, can we cruise and make it back home safe? Scooter shoot, thanks to you, I'm headstrong in this game. Pewter dude, man, the truth, we should be rocking the stage. Now my status has changed, and though my mind's in a haze, a smoke frenzy trying to glaze my gaze. A craze, I crave, I can't escape the maze of my dark cave. My vision is concave, on a mission, I stay brave to the game. We are enslaved. From bacon we be safe, we here to save the game. Each day is a new play till my game's a hall of fame.
Your ghosts pass by, now I'm dialing my total, my dog back home. And I know there's no place like when my mama told me I gotta go for the gold. Now I'm homesick, got a fire inside, a dwindling light. From the silver and gold, lost my glow, but kept that inside. Made a fighting type, now I'm going down, swinging, making noise, yeah.
Your ghosts pass by, take me where drive road. I'm on my grave till my face turns blue. Guess I'm still total, dialing on you. Well, I hope you feel it too.
Oh no.
99! Wild Evie on the beat! Alright, I gotta say this first.
Yes.
Our God. Okay, the goddess. Here's what we have to understand. I feel like this track does a great job of exemplifying the growth in talent that exists in our goddess. Like, it simultaneously has the ability to be so emotional is too blanket statement of word. Mourningful or melancholy while still having energy and just hitting, right? It can be atmospheric but also driving.
Yeah. Yeah. Very much.
Like the complexity of emotion that is occurring in the beat that everyone's able to just kind of take off with, right?
I agree with that 100%. It's what helped us write the song, I think. Is that feel. And there's a lot that goes into this song, as we all could elaborate on from all of our perspectives, but it was one of those things where we were shown the beat, or I was informed that there was a new beat, and I was told, babe, you should check out this thing I made. And I said, cool. And I was like, okay, cool. Let me listen to this. And I was like, oh, this is this beat again, but different. So Toto is actually, it's a modern take, I guess, by our goddess. It's a remix and sampling the very first song we all ever wrote together, which is the very first song on our very first release called I Can't Remember. Please don't listen to that one. Please listen to the one that we did in 2021, which the release is called I Remembered. And listen to the 2021 versions. They're still not great because they need to be remixed and remastered. We'll get there. That's an anecdote for the future. Anyways, but it's a sample of our very first song that we ever did. And it's like one of the very first, yeah, exactly, like true beats that our goddess made. And I remember standing over in the other part of this kind of living room entrance space of this apartment I'm sitting in right now. And the laptop was set in there. The computer was set in there next to it. And we were in that side of the room. And I remember we just had our God's laptop set up, and we were just playing this beat over and over before we got like a final version, put it on the other computer, which was our main studio computer, and then started writing and recording. So this was like our very first thing we ever did. So this song means like a lot to us. The hook part, there's a part of the hook in this where I do the "Your ghost pass by, take me with Drifloon." That is the original hook for the original version of this song. So I just said let's flat out put the whole original hook in there after the new one. So it's like you get that callback, you get that return. If you've been a fan of us, like if you've known us, you're probably like friend or family if you've been a fan of us that long. But there are people who have become fans of us along the way who have listened to every single release. They went back and didn't care how shitty it was. They were willing to just like go through it and go, well, this is where they came from. Here they are now. And there's people that still love those ideas. And this is one of the ones people really like. They love the feel of it. Like you said, melancholic, but driving, still pop sense, like pop sensitivities up the yin yang while still being like not afraid of the emotions that are dwelling within. And apparently it was made in 2 hours after a dream. So shout out our goddess for doing this remix of it. And I think that's what drove us to write these verses. Like Don was saying that that's a favorite Leaky verse for him. Whereas like obviously it's a personal opinion, so there's nothing to really disagree on. I have a different opinion. I do not think it's Leaky's best verse on these leftovers. I think it's a great verse. I won't discuss my reasons of why not, because this is a positive stream where we're going to be talking about the things that we love about this. But this is one of my favorite verses that I did. I was able to say some very serious shit. I mean, the song very much. I mean, your ghost passed by, and now I'm dialing my Toto back home. You know, like Toto, my dog, back home, like Toto the dog from Wizard of Oz.
Yep.
So I'm dialing, and then Toto dials my favorite Pokemon. So I'm dialing my Toto back home, because it's a very real thing. The original song, the hook is about it, whereas the verses made no sense on the original song. Is like the verses made no sense towards the hook. This one, we were a little bit more on point with it. And yeah, like it's very much that feeling. I get that feeling a lot to talk about something more serious. Is like it actually happened to me like last week. There's for some reason this keeps happening to me, and with only very specific people I've lost, where like I'll see somebody in public and I swear to God that in that moment I saw like my friend standing right there, and I have to like triple take. Like I have to like really shake it out of my head, and it feels bad because you'll be like staring at a random stranger in public, and it's really awkward. Like I'm at work and I'm just staring at this random customer because for a second I thought it was like my homie from high school, you know, or like that I lost, and like all this stuff. And like so that's what that comes from is, you know, your ghost pass by is like I see your face in all these people. So when I see that, I think like I gotta reach out, or like I think like, hey, shoot that quick message, or like hop on call, even if you got nothing to say, hop on call tonight, and just so that person knows that you want to be present in their life, or that you love them, you're there to support them. That's what this song's really about. And in my verse, I really like to dive into where I've come from. I reference 4 bands that I've been a part of or still am a part of. I reference a lot of that. I reference a bunch of people that were very instrumental in my life that I lost. I believe 5 people within the second part of that verse, while adding all the Pokemon references, etc. But yeah, like I'm really, really happy with that verse because of like what it means to me. I like when I get to say these things because I have a hard time with like mourning and loss. And so that's why I experience it a lot within my expression and within music. So Toto is a very like important and intimate song to me, personally, especially with singing the new hook, because I don't sing that high very often anymore. And so that was a lot of push and pressure to be like, wow, you chose this song of all songs to go back to. You realize I can't do that shit no more, but I still wanted to try. I'm glad it turned out good. I'm glad it turned out really good because everyone nailed it. And that is a quintessential nutty noise track. I think Toto is an absolute top tier track, and I hope other people come to those terms as well. But it's okay if you don't. You like what you like.
I do want to say, even when I was doing the mastering of it, I did notice, and you've already said this, but it is a song that is dripping in history, right? Like,
Yes.
even like one of the things, like you mentioned, like you don't sing that high anymore, and I was like, oh, I remember that era of like music, where that was the thing, and so I was able to recognize
Yeah.
just the layers of like, oh, personal history, musical history, like, and that was kind of fun to just be like, all right, this means a lot to everybody, and that was one of the ones I really wanted to get right, which we did.
I mean, yeah, the song that it's a callback to is like it's almost 6 years old. Like December 31st of this year, Toda Dialing In on You, which is the OG Nutty song. It's 6 years old. So to call back basically like 5 years later, be writing this again is like, yeah, it's very, that's why it's very like nostalgic, but like you said, it's historic. I think historic is a great way to put it. It truly is a historic song for us. You know, like, because we're all writing our own stories as we live. That's what life is, I guess. Like, it's one way to look at it. It's one philosophy, and we're always constantly writing it. But this is where we have an astute opportunity to visibly measure our history, because we're doing oral storytelling, because we make rap music and we make music in general. So even via like instrumental music, you can tell those stories, and those stories last a lifetime now because you recorded it. 2030, we got to make Toda Dialing 4. No, we are killing it. It's done. The idea is I can't say never say never, but also please no. Yeah. Does anyone have any other questions about Toto, as I just went on my own little gush about it?
I gotta refill water real quick before we start the next one.
Go for it.
Okay.
Before we get into these. I'm going to wake up one morning. It's just going to appear. Yeah, you're not even going to actually have a hand in it. It just happens. Damn, we're almost done. We've been streaming for 4 hours. That is... Wow, we spent literally like our whole day just like setting this up and then doing it. So I appreciate everybody who's been chilling with us, whether you've been lurking, you've been active, you joined in halfway, you've been here since the start, you left halfway. We appreciate y'all. Thank you. Very long day to have, but we're doing it. Now let's get to the part of the tape that's a lot less, I mean, I'll say it. I will say it. I know this is a positive space right now. It's a lot less impressive. On purpose. It's a lot less impressive. This is meant to be the part which to me was like, I wanted it to be 30 tracks even. So I said, let's include some unreleased stuff. Let's include some acoustic stuff. Some demos. Because I liked it back in the day when I would get a deluxe version of an album and there'd be a demo version, or there'd be like a demo for a song that they never released. Like Fall Out Boy had a few of those. And it was like so sick to be able to get that version of the album that has those demo tracks. So that's kind of what I was thinking with this. If you've been on my Patreon, patreon.com/evkiyoshi, some shameless plug, some of these songs have been on there for a long time. These are just enhanced better versions. That's the thing, is I gave you like the raw version. These are mastered. This one I'm about to play has been mixed a lot better and even edited a little bit just to make it a little bit more spicy. This one's very fun. This one is a random beat. We used to freestyle over any beat just to practice, and we'd go on YouTube and we'd type a random Pokemon and put type beat at the end. This was a Blaziken type beat by a producer named Spiderwebs. We got the beat and then never made anything with it for like 5 years, and then finally released this. It was going to be an entire cipher idea where we were going to do a themed Pokemon cipher. Never happened. So here is Hoenn, the 2020 demo. You're going to hear 5-year-old voices of Jay and I, so let's get it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Wild Evie on the beat.
Webs on the track.
I just moved in the chicks and grades. I do H-Town dick just a little. Dirt a flame with a cynical red flame wheel. Feel Shakespearean when I tame your shrews. Sky up a cut like a falcon. Punch these bitches love knuckles eating. No time out of mud. No, I don't bite. No, I gotta crunch. Put you on the coochie dripping fast like rapids. Route 133. Let your hone. She knows you 2 blue orbs deep diving her primordial sea. Repping the silver, gold, and crystals. Still on that Gen 3 drip though. I'm Steven, focused on the stones. Repping rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. Your verse come up, we hit. Skip, you little bitch fish, you mud kid. Put you in dark, you to this, you know you for fish. Jirachi ass can't take it. You wish for this cash, I just make it. You don't smoke green, you fake it. I and I just blazed it. Now I'm feeling shroomish, psilocybin got me glooming. Just like your bitch, I'm drooling. Every word you say is stupid. She left your ass for my loudred, pass it to you last. We talk colon. Guess I'm just a swallow fellow whose toxic flow got your bitch gulping. You'll know I'm rapping round them, but I guess I gotta repeat. Y'all know I'm on that survivor flow. Gotta pass them out, the extrasensory. You thinking use the big, the blood ain't nasty. Resurrection in a sea of blood, your ass is as mad as Archie. Maxi's dumb as fuck too, you know what I mean? These teams have the dumbest fucking motives. But whatever, Kiyoshi's still dripping. Evie always nutty, baby. Wooloo gang, undisputed.
Torch on my hip, that bitch combustion, he evolve always. Fuck what I'm dust, dilly, grass rock be crushing. I'm flaring, you slug my dick. You're probably getting rock hard kick. My leg Jirachi steals like cake, all the idiots gone. That's my wish. Yo, bitch look like Ludicolo, big ol' hat and fat like my toe. On her neck, my big pearls, pound trees and explore the world. Switch this flow like a bull beat jogging, fangs longer than a goddamn wall rainbow metal coat. I'm part of the mob, man. Call me Lil Uzi, I got your bitch poppin'. I'm wheezing for double hit. Galarian on some top hat shit. We top no cap of the words I writ. Or an invitation to dome your bitch. Gen 5, but she still go goggles over my body and cock. She wobbles, Wilmer pale on softcore models. Now they wet and shiny, one in 4K. Hook up to my setup, we in Phuket. And I'm cockay. No dubs, nutty, don't watch 4K. That's not a root fossil in my pocket. She looking Jenny and I wanna dock it. Hit up Joy, she tryna hit my rocket. You know I'ma slap my name on the docket. My girl acting like some king, laying around wearing nothing. She got a high bass that's hard to reach. She don't love my diss, so I tell her peace.
Yeah. That's a Gen 3 Pokemon rap.
Let's see if I can...
Yeah, I mean...
But was it 4K?
It was in 4K. It was indeed in 4K. Okay. I love that. I love that part.
That's the fun part. Sorry.
That's a 2020 verse for sure. I think it's like the funny part is there's like a lot of gas in there. As much as we're probably like some of that's not as good as we would do it now. Like if we redid it again with like similar words and schemes, we would do it a lot better, but it's still like honestly pretty damn good. Yeah, Nutty, don't watch 4K though. No dubs, Nutty, don't watch 4K. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we would have done it better, but there's some gas in there. Like I fuck with that leaky verse heavy. I think it's a sick one. Yeah, we definitely have some stuff in there that's very 2020 us, but that's the fun part.
Yeah,
that's the fun part.
You grow, and also I apologize. For some reason, the audio was cutting out for the track on the screen share, so I missed some of it.
Oh, weird.
So I just closed the screen share and reopened it and see if it was just kind of buffered to be proper this next time.
Apologies on that.
Oh, no worries. We've also been like here for 4 hours, so maybe it's this.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah.
It's like, all right, enough of this. We're almost there. We're almost done. I don't really know what much to say unless people have questions about these demos. So I'm like, I don't know. Next one. Does anyone really have anything they want to ask about Hoenn? I don't think so. I really don't. Sorry, I'm just gonna predict here. If you got something to ask about spider webs on the track, feel free to ask it. I'm gonna start playing the next one, because I just don't expect questions about these. I really don't. If you do, go for it. I'm not throwing shade. But we're gonna go on to the next one, the Haunt Me acoustic demo from 2020 as well. We're going back 5 years, y'all.
Yeah, let's do it.
I wanna be cursed, want you to haunt me. Don't care if it's worth, don't care if it's ghastly. I wanna feel ominous winds blow lightly. Death, please don't taunt me, I need you. Streets don't leave us, would you left me with our grievous amnesia? It leaves ya in a shroud of memories I can't defog. Rewind into right before the speed. I've cried, say goodbye. Pair song serenade just to see you smile. Shadow ball, I'm into the darkness. Ever since you left, I've been a fucking mess. I'll fade to black if it means I won't feel stress. These are my cries, I'm trapped in the grieving process. I wanna be cursed, want you to haunt me. Don't care if it's worse, don't care if it's ghastly. I wanna feel ominous winds blow lightly. Death, please don't taunt me, I need you. Oh, Miss Magi is now in a configuragus. I do anything to bring you back to us. I can't handle this, but on my mask, future side and try to forget the past. My fate's weak and your shadow sneaks. A chance to see your ghost is all I seek. Filled with fear, but I still leer. I can focus on you if I don't blink. I'm just a skull kid in the lost woods, looking like a lost soul that's up to no good. Shiny dust skull, I'm a shy guy, but my feelings are valid. You always liked it when I sang for you, so here's your last ballad. Saw the flame die before my eyes. Will-o-wisp, please miss me. Rain danced from my eyes when we waved goodbye, feeling a little bit misty. I wanna be cursed, I want it to haunt me. Don't care if it's worse, don't care if it's ghastly. I wanna feel ominous winds blow lightly. Death, don't taunt me, please.
I'm coming. Yeah, that's Haunt Me. Trini said, "What's the Hoenn cipher?" The Hoenn cipher. We had the idea, so the Hoenn track that played before that acoustic one is all Gen 3. Hoenn is the region of the Sapphire, Ruby, and Emerald Pokemon games, and so it's all references to Hoenn, to that region, to Pokemon specific, to gym leaders. And we wanted to make it a whole cipher where we passed it to a bunch of other people like you or Rennie or Triple Three or others, and that never happened. So yeah, it just ended up the way it is, and now it's out for everyone to hear. Same with that acoustic demo of Haunt Me. If you want to hear the real version, even though the real version needs to be remixed and mastered, wink, wink, hint, hint, another anecdote, go listen to Johto's Baddest / Saddest. That is me. I am Johto's Baddest and Saddest. We had a moment at the beginning of 2021 where I did an EP and Leaky did an EP. And yeah, we actually have another cipher idea, Trini, that we're going to do. Another anecdote for the future. Another project I want to try and get rolling and start doing for funsy onesies. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I got plenty of ideas that I need to voice to everybody so that we're all on the same page and get everything rolling. We'll get there. That's some off-stream talk. What are we doing? I keep doing it myself. I say we, it's me that keeps derailing it. But yeah. So go listen to the Johto's Baddest, Saddest, Haunt Me, and Escape Rope are on there. The quote finalized versions. Yeah, these are just little acoustic demos. I had these ideas. I think Haunt Me. Yeah, I think it's Haunt Me was the one that was going to be. Oh, actually, was it that one? Yeah, it was. I think it was Haunt Me was supposed to be like I had an idea for a sample of a track that's like one of my absolute like favorite like metal songs, and just like in general tracks, called Lip Gloss in Black by Atreyu, and there's like this piano outro that's really nice that's in C minor, um and it's like because they play in drop C, so it's all in C minor, and the piano part's really pretty, and I follow like the same like kind of chord progression because I like learned how to play a part of it, but then I just kind of like sludged it out a little bit more, just kind of strummed the chords on acoustic, and that's how I made that that demo, just to get the song idea out.
Quick question
yeah,
before
I
you
don't know.
start
Does
the
anyone
next
actually?
one.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna ask you.
Can you end the screen share and restart it?
Yes. That happens sometimes, by the way. I should have just done that immediately when you told me that there was a problem, because that does happen from time to time. Now it should be good.
Okay. I feel bad because now I'm like, I don't have anything to ask because I was cutting out.
Yeah. Well, you're good. You're good. I don't expect much to be asked about these. I really don't. What can you say? They're 5 years old. They're acoustic. The actual songs were out the year after in 2021. It is what it is. They're just there. It's fine though. They're cool. It's a piece of our history.
And
so if you're a historian, that's cool.
It started and where it went.
Exactly. Yeah. You see what like and like a very rare sighting of like I have an idea before a beat is made. It's normally I hear a beat and then I create, you know, a poem and lyrics to it and then create melodies that accent with the beat. Whereas this was me saying like I have this idea, can you make a beat that matches this idea so that I can bring this to life? Yeah, and another example of that, and the one that I like more than the other one, to be honest, if I had to pick a favorite of my children of Haunt Me and Escape Rope, I love me some Escape Rope.
Yeah.
I'm a big Escape Rope fan. I think a remixed, remastered version of the song would go so hard. Cough, cough, wink, wink. Here's Escape Rope.
Escape rope, I'm coming home. Escape rope, been here too long. Escape rope, I'm coming home. Escape rope, and now I'm gone. Feeling stuck in this town, feeling so fucked, so damaged. Left bad taste in my mouth, yeah, I got the wrong palate. I wanna surf the coasts, wanna fly over mountains, but I'm too sad and broke, in pursuit of assurance. I said I'm Squirtle Squad, but I'm Sobble Soft, holding regrets. I should knock off my brain dark cave, I think I'm lost. Damn, I'm lost, pick your poison, I prefer to cry my sorrows in the shot. My head spinning like a Hitmontop. Please make it stop. I am nothing, dust in the wind, have no control, just a sharp end, try too hard and now I say thoughts so toxic, now I'm just rubbish. Escape rope, I'm coming home. Escape rope, been here too long. Escape rope, I'm coming home. Escape rope, and now I'm gone. Bags under my eyes, I just wanna sleep. Dark cry in my mind is not coming back. Dreams on, I'm spent daydreaming of a better life. Life is so confused, so I herself falling so hard like curtains, slow poke. Well, yeah, I ain't doing well. I need a revive dead inside. This is hell. Heavily medicated, yeah. Call my blood nurse Joy. My prescription pill got all these pills to help me destroy all the pain, body and brain, lifeless like a bottle toy. My head still spinning, blurry vision, joked out sad boy. I'm crying like you beat me, crying like I'm Whitney. Crying because of all the shit that life has put me through. It's true, I don't know what I would do without my poison nutty noise rapping the woo. Escape rope, I'm coming home. Escape rope, been here too long. Escape rope, I'm coming home. Escape rope, now I'm gone.
Yeah. Did that work better in the Discord?
No. Like, it started out better, and then towards the end, it just started to make static.
Oh, yep, that happens a lot too. It's also probably because my computer is processing like so many different like apps that are all doing upload and download speeds at the same time.
No, that's fair.
So that's probably what's going on. I don't have the best computer for this kind of stuff, but we're making do. Us country girls make do.
Salud.
Yeah. Oh, that's another demo. Yeah.
Woo!
Woo! Country girls make... You both said country girls make doo-doo at the same time. There's no way that wasn't planned. There's no way. There's no way. Dude, we're so connected. This is so based. All right. We only got 2 more tracks. We've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. Let's not make it 5. Let's get to these ones. These ones, I'll leave more room for questions if anyone has any questions. They're acoustic versions of songs from the original 18 tracks of the Voodoo Gang mixtape. This is Miss Drevis by yours truly.
That you're still creeping through my halls or in my dreaming of grief that's eating up my life. Oh, my receive us. Don't stress, don't excess out of mind. So here's you screeching, here's bleeding. Can let you go, little miss. Oh, how you got me thinking that you're still creeping through my halls or in my dreaming of grief that's eating up my life. Oh, my mischievous. Don't stress, don't excess out of mind. So here's you screeching, here's bleeding. Can let you go, little miss. Oh, how you got me looking back while I'm sprinting forward, running from the curse I'm beholding. Lacked ability to escape. All you do is levitate above me, looking back while I'm sprinting forward, waiting for the moral of this story, orally told through the pain. Split off sine wave as you're going off and on and back off the goals. Gotta knock off the grief I hold. Lock on to the thief that stole my heart of gold before returning, pumping on my lack of control. Malamar, my demons don't lose hope. Acheron, I'm hardened to the core. Forever silver till my soul stops searching. My soul is restless, yet I feel drowsy. I need hypnosis for sleeping therapy. My soul is restless, yet I feel drowsy. I need hypnosis for sleeping therapy. Thinking that you're still creeping through my halls or in my dreaming of grief that be in a life mystery. Just don't excess head of mine. Still hears you screeching, you're bleeding. Can let you go, little miss. Oh, how you got me thinking that you still creeping through my halls or in my dreaming of grief that's eating up my life. Oh, my mischievous. Don't stress, don't excess head of mine. Still hears you screeching, you're bleeding. Can let you go, little miss. Oh, how you got me. So how you got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like the acoustic solo.
Thank you. Me too. Don't ask me to play it again.
Bam, 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 bam.
Wrote it in the moment. Wrote it to fit like the way I do it was like the acoustic track. I just sat there. I think Miss Drevis is the one that I did smart because I put a click track on and just sat there and the best of my knowledge played Miss Drevis but without singing because I had a direct in and a live mic going at the same time to record my acoustic guitar. I do both at the same time. And so I was like, I cannot sing out loud to remind myself where I'm at, to remind myself. So I have to just sit there and count. And with a song that's the same chords over and over and over again, and it's a vocal centric song where everything revolves around that, it's really hard to focus in on like, do I play quiet here? Do I play louder here? Is this the part where I do this? What would happen if I put a pause here? Would that make sense? Like, would it make sense for me to accent this as a triplet flow, like like a rat cat cat, or something? Like if I add some flamenco style rhythmic like scratching, like is that gonna work here? I don't know. I don't know what part this is, or like I can't vision it in my head all the time. Right. So I sit there and just do the whole thing. And so a lot of those parts, like the part that you even just sang, like the like in the solo, that like little like sporadic walk down, that only fit because at that moment I decided to put in that in the rhythm in the main acoustic guitar. And so I was like, oh, it'd be cool if I did something like that there, even though I'm not like much of like a lead guitar player. I like noodling around and coming up with like things that accent the chord progression, fun little throwbacks and stuff. And I mean, the style that solo is in would be the style I play anyway when I'm like noodling around on guitar. And especially like harmonic minor kind of scaling, like that's way up my alley. So yeah, very fun, very, very fun. But like I said, don't ask me to play it again. Luckily it's recorded, so I can probably relearn it. But damn, in that moment I had it down so well. I could like nail that shit even with the weird timing. I wasn't 100% on with the metronome, but I hit everything. Like the solo just felt so perfect. I took a lot of ideas of like a lot of my instinct with what to do with those takes was definitely influenced by listening to a lot of your takes and your songs from like going into the folder and hearing what you were doing really influenced me. There's a lot of those licks in there that, especially the ones that are very improvised, like right when I do the outro again, returns to the ba 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 da da, the little things I'm doing in the lead guitar are very much like Devon. They're very Devon. Like I do like it's like bum bum ba bum bum ba bum bum ba bum bum. One of the times it's doing that, it's like bum bum ba bum like a flourish, like a little flourish, but the specific the flourish in the way that I'm using, like I think that's like it goes into like a minor third and then steps back up from doing like a quick minor third flourish that walks back down, was very much influenced by hearing a lot of what you were doing and how you did flourishes specifically. But it was very like not intentional. I wasn't sitting there going, I want to do it, but it was just from hearing your songs so much, I started like improvising that way more and like playing around with melodies, and specifically flourishing. And that's why like the most improvised part of that solo, which was at the end, I stopped thinking and just started playing. Like every time I did a take of that solo, that end part would be different. Even with the harmonics and everything, like that would be different. So I'm glad that was so fucking like, I was like, oh, I nailed that outro. Oh my God. Like, and it felt so natural because of like integrating those heard and learned, those audio learned musicalities, I guess, to make it sound pretentious. But like, yeah, it's really cool. Really, really cool. So I'm glad that people all, after hearing that track, go, nice acoustic solo. I'm like, yeah. I tell everyone, I'm like, they're like, how long have you been playing guitar? And I'm like, I don't want to tell you because it's an oppressive amount of time, and then I play a guitar in front of you, and you're like, oh. I'm like, yeah, no. I've been a musician for like 20 something years, and they're like, okay. And I'm like, no. I promise I'm not that bad sometimes. I'm just a goofball and I'm very unorganized, but
that's what's fun.
Yeah. That is what makes it fun. And a lot of the times throughout my concussions and wrestling experience and that little switch over in my career paths, it almost feels like, despite the fact I have a degree on my wall in music, it almost feels like I'm relearning a lot of instruments again. I almost feel like I'm starting not from square one, but I'm definitely not starting where I left off.
Yeah.
That's why a lot of the times, like, I'm like, damn, I like used to tour and got paid to play bass, and people were like, I had people come up to me and tell me that they had seen people I think are some of the best bass players live, and they may have been drunk people in a bar watching me play live, so they were biased, but they would be like, you are the best bass player I've ever seen live. And I used to get that all the time, and now if I play bass, I'm like, oh, I can't even play the same like main lines I would play that were just regular lines, and I'd be singing while I was playing them, and I can't do it.
Now you're talking.
So it's very fun though. I am not super depressed about it as you would think. It's very fun. I'm always like with brain degeneration, I try and have fun with it, because what other choice do I have?
Yeah.
Besides strengthening my brain every way I can, and then enjoying the process of relearning things. That's why I try not to kick myself too much for being like, I'm so sorry I turned the corner and forget everything that we just said or whatever, like, it is what it is. But yeah, I think that's so. Hearing this feedback is awesome off of just a little acoustic version. It's fun.
No, I appreciate that song. And I think Don also said in chat, just the intro, the way the plectrum of those dissonances, bam, 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 bam. Are those upstrokes?
Yeah, I believe they are on that one. I believe I did decide, because I tried it both ways, and I think that is upstrokes. I think I ended it on upstrokes, because I was like, let me try it down, let me try it up. I'm pretty sure those are.
Sorry, I'm just kind of nerd for a second. I'm like, it sounds a little pretentious, but I'm like, am I good enough to recognize different strokes?
Yeah, I think they are upstrokes. Yeah. They should be on that final recording. But yeah. I mean, shout out Argod for making that intro, because that is, I literally just copied it exact. I just learned, minus the dun 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 dun.
Different strokes.
Different upstrokes for different up folks.
Oh.
But yeah, that's Acoustic Misdreavus. We got one more track here. The final one. But I'm very thankful we didn't do the whole tape. This is maybe another time. We can do this again another time if people really want to go through all of it. If people are, more proactive on questions, or they want lyrical breakdowns, etc. One of these days we'll have more people that aren't already so involved they know all the lyrics and stuff, so that they ask us all the questions. But I appreciate y'all hanging out with us for a very long stream.
Yeah, no,
holy crap,
been fun.
Let's wrap it up with a very nice song. Shout out to Growl Tiger once again, one more time. Third track to be released with Growl Tiger on it. And shout out to Argod for playing some Panurner. Look at that. Not just producing, not just programming, playing little Panurner parts. And putting some string parts in there as well. She be becoming a full-on musician.
Hell yeah.
Full-on musician. It's happening. Here's Bubble Dream Acoustic.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble trail.
Keep it poppin'. Keep it poppin'. Yeah. Sunny day.
Feeling great, so we're out of things to say.
I'm sorry, not sorry, not worried, just worried
About every road I've ever taken. But don't worry,
fake happy. Don't worry,
fake happy.
don't worry, 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 don't worry. Fake happy. I'm dreaming we are caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in, keep it popping in a bubble.
I'm dreaming we got caught in a bubble beam. Slow me, my thoughts bubbling. Now we locked in,
Keep it popping in a bubble trail. Keep it poppin'. I'm sorry, not sorry, not worried, just worried about every road I've ever taken. Don't worry, fake happy.
Sorry.
Good. I love in the context of this ending acoustic on 30 tracks of just hard hitting.
Yeah. I think that's why I was like, it'd be really nice to end this all with all the acoustics. For one, it just makes sense if you like categorize it as like, here's the main meat, and then here's a demo, and then here's all acoustic, you know, like it's nice because we don't really have, we have songs that are slower, a little bit softer, I guess more chill, and that's about it. Actually, we just have like one song that's more chill. Is it really just the one? It really is. Yeah, we got one song that's like chill, and it's like, and it's still kind of like a hype song, really. Like you can party to Juba Life, but it's a lot more chill and pretty. And yeah, like we talked about, like the subversion of Bubble Dream and Dazzling Dreams is that it's like super happy sounding, but the lyrics are not as much. When it's more broken down in acoustic, it's still happy and like uplifting sounding, but now it's more like, when it's acoustic, it's more intimate, which means you're forced to focus on the things you didn't notice with the glitz and glamour of electronics around you. You know, like the beeps and boops are gone. Now what do you have? Like you've got to focus on the lyrics and the very few instruments that are given. So yeah, a lot of people will actually pick it out. So that's actually a good call there, Don. Good call.
I still got you.
You still got him, or me, or both. You got both of us. You got both of us right now.
Yep.
If you're not following me right now, you can hit follow and you'll be my 300th follower.
I mean, that's a good
If you're not, I think you already are. I think. I think so. I'm almost positive. But I realized that. I'm like, I've been sitting at 299.
About 350.
About 350 here.
About 350, yeah.
But yeah, I mean that's the leftovers right there. Where yeah, I don't know. I'm really happy with how the whole thing turned out. I'm glad the whole record, all 30 songs are sick. I think I am probably going to hey, you were not following me. So thank you so much on Animaster 1. Brah, brah. Thank you so much for joining and making me make noise.
I still don't think it's the sound a sloth makes.
Oh, the sound a sloth makes. Sid the sloth. That's what Sid would say. Yeah. I don't know. I'll probably upload the leftovers as well. Make an upload. Like, I don't know. That's like doubling down and being like, listen to. I uploaded the whole mixtape again to get more plays on the mixtape, plus adding 12 tracks. Now let me upload the 12 tracks on their own again. But also, fuck streaming platforms. They don't pay us shit anyway.
They really don't.
I understand that it's convenient. I understand. I still use streaming platforms. Like, it makes sense. I get all my podcasts in one area. I get everything in one area. It's very easy to do, and I'm poor, so it's a lot easier to do a subscription based like thing than pay $10, every time I want to listen to music or listen to a new album. But yeah, I shouldn't really feel too bad if I do something with the intent of like, let me get double the plays on the same thing. It's like, it doesn't matter to anyone else. If they're going to listen to it, they're going to listen to it. If they're not, they're not. So it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme. And like I just said, they really don't give us shit. Like,
No.
They don't give you next to nothing. Like I've just said, like, we're celebrating like over 5 years now of Nutty Noise. And do not ask me how much that equals in streaming. And it's not like we're so unknown that we make no plays. Like, we have multiple hundreds of thousands of streams overall between all of our songs. We have a ton of songs, but we also have some songs that have gotten like, like tens of thousands of plays, and multiple of those, we've got it. Like I can show anybody that this shit's gotten decent plays on like Spotify, for example. Shit don't equal nothing. So please support artists. They got something to. Yeah, exactly. $3.04 for 5 years of work for getting like 500,000 streams on like Spotify alone. One platform alone.
So, and also,
like,
I want to add this for perspective as well. Spotify has a policy that they've put into effect to allegedly crack down on fraudulent streaming. That if a song does not have 1,000 plays, they do not pay out. If it's less than 1,000, they do not pay out. So what that means for us is, even if as a collective, all of our songs, like we have 20 songs and they're 800 each, we still don't get anything because there's no singular track that has 1,000. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's super fucked for us.
Stupid.
That's why, we have to branch out to find ways to actually get paid to do this, because it's not sustainable otherwise.
Yeah, there's a reason it's always a struggle, but we keep doing it anyway. Like, I mean, yeah, it's just so. It's so rude. It like devalues everything. It not only devalues our art and music, but like it devalues, the quote consumer as well. Like, those who are consuming the art and like literally paying for the service, they're saying your play is worth nothing. They're saying, oh, well, if you really like an artist, you would listen to that once, to every song that they put out by yourself at least 10 times a day. Every song. If you really like this artist, you would be listening to it. You'd be like, oh, I love this song that they just released. Cool. They expect you to listen to that same song 100 times this week alone. Just you. Because they expect us to get 100,000 people to all do that. Because that's what they think. They think like, oh, well, it's not just per person. You can get 100 plays from one person. It's like, sure, but you paying us as if we're expected to make each person that listens to us listen to us a million times over is stating that that person is so useless to you that them consuming our music is worthless. Like 1,000 plays should be an easy payout, because if Devon was playing in front of 1,000 people and 1,000 people all liked what they were hearing, I think they would value themselves and their ears as worth more than 0.0006th of a penny. Like, they sitting in a crowd, even me going like, this band's okay, this is a free show at like a bar that I didn't even expect a show to be at, that to me is worth more than what we get paid out per one play, per one stream, which, as Devon just said, under 1,000, one stream is worth nothing at all. I think my ear hearing a band for 5 seconds as I'm walking drunkenly through a bar hopping with friends, and there's a random bar band playing, is still worth more than nothing, or even 0.0006th of a cent. It is bullshit and a half. Like, I just think it's so disrespectful, and not just personally. Like, that is so rude to you. Like, that's fucked up. I don't know. I hate this shit.
Oh, it's one of those things that it just now forced me to really try to find alternative avenues. So, shout out to the guys at Ample. They've been super nice. I've been trying to be an early adopter on new things because I want to support the people who are trying to do something different. Right?
I got to get on that.
So I've been trying. I signed up for. I got to figure out doing all the semantics. There's a Coda Music, there's Ampwall, and I'm looking into a few others. Like Bandcamp is fine, but Bandcamp takes 15% of the revenue.
Yeah, except on special days. Yeah.
Except on special days. So if you I priced my record at $20, right? Just because that's like the amount of effort that I feel like went into it. So, hold on, I'm gonna pull this number up exactly.
Just one time at Bandcamp.
And I feel generous. Like, if you buy digital, I'm not gonna charge you $20. Right? If you do physical, sure. But like, if you do a digital copy, dude, $10 is fine. That feels reasonable to me.
Yeah.
But it's like, out of that $10, I get like $7.
$7.
Which, yeah, that's not. I can buy a cup of coffee. So.
It's so,
Yeah. Ugh. That is where we are at as an industry, and why it's important that we find ways to subvert, so that way those big companies can be like, oh wait, we can't just get away with this, because they do have another option. And that's all it takes, is knowing that we have another option. Okay, so
I'll have to get on those.
Subtotal revenue share. So at $10, I got $7.99, which out of $10, because that's the processing fee is not included in that revenue share. So it's revenue then processing. So already out of $10, you've taken 20%.
Yikes.
So, what's the other option? I think, I've been plugging Tidal. I think Tidal's pretty good as a streaming platform. I mean, if you want something that's akin to Spotify because that's how you know and function, that's fine. I get that. Tidal has a way better payout rate, and everything comes in the highest quality, right? Like, you don't have to pay to be like, I want the 96K version. Well, you don't have to pay a different tier for that. It's like, no. Whatever the highest available resolution for that recording is what you get. And it's the same price, if not cheaper. So
Yeah, everything that you just heard that I was just playing of the Nutty Noise Woologang mixtape leftovers is all off Title. Um, I switched over to Title from Spotify because they're all definitely not going to be paying us probably what anyone would consider the what should actually be the rate, even if you took in every single person and every single variable. Even Title's probably not paying the best, but they do pay one of the best per plays by far. I don't know how any of that works. Through my distribution company, I don't have a way to check the stats of it. I'm very curious as to how anyone can check the stats of their own shit on Title. I don't know. That's what they do, though. That's what the industry does, is they pick what they want to be the standard, which is usually the one that fucks us over the most, and then they make it to where what's the most integrated. Oh, the one that is like the hardest for me to pull any stats from, for me to manipulate in any way that would actually benefit those who put in the effort to make the product, which would be the art, the music. Like, there's really not much I can do here that I know of yet. But Title still, there are the ones that have been proven to pay the most, and like Davo said, really high quality. Whatever we have to, which we do, the highest quality available on Title, you can listen to Nutty Noise in that quality. And I, as someone who was on Spotify for like 5 years, I switched over to Title, and yeah, there is a difference. There's a big difference in the quality, for sure. I was hearing things in my own music I forgot were in the songs. I would listen to it and go, "Oh, this one's available in the highest quality. What's this like?" And then like sat there and listened to like The Gang Goes Hard too, and was like, "Oh, I forgot that was in this song," or like, "I don't remember those vocal parts ever actually like being audible." Even they're layered, they're not meant to be super audible, but like their parts, they're there. They are blatantly there. But like they just became kind of muffled in like the quality that Spotify can go to, whereas Tidal definitely increases that. So yeah, you want to support us. That's a good way, is finding which platforms actually respect artists more and then going on those platforms. But with streaming services, the industry standard is to not give us anything, including respect. So even the ones that are the best for us aren't necessarily the best. Your ultimate route to supporting any musician you like, from the largest musician to the smallest like us, buy an album, buy a physical copy, go on all of these different sites, go on Ampwall, go on, even like we were just saying The Cut, but I mean still go on Bandcamp. I make sure Bandcamp's updated for Nutty Noise. The only reason I made money in like Kill Street Katie back when Kill Street Katie was a lot more active as like an actually like playing and touring band was like Bandcamp. Like people would like pay. I would set it to like pay whatever you want. People would still donate like $5 for a demo and an EP. Yeah. So like shout out all those sites that at least give you the opportunity to just be paid in a more direct way. Yeah, those are your best bets. But I don't know. It's been fucking 5 hours. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah. Hey, I love you. Thank you for doing this with me, East Coasters, and I think Trinity soon you'll have access to the new record on Spotify and all the things I already talked about hating. But like,
no, I believe we already have it. Let me double check for you, but because it's midnight Eastern Standard Time, and right now it's almost 1 a.m. Eastern, so it should be out.
Let's see.
It is out. It is out. New release.
Let's see. Oh, hey, there I am.
So please go listen and support. Buy it if you want. You don't got to. If, like we just said, we understand. We get the industry. Streaming standards, all of that. Go stream it, though. Like, show some love. Just because we don't get shit from it when it comes to monetary value, I still get a kick from seeing what people are listening to via streaming platforms. I try not to focus on the amount of plays, but I do love to see just like what is getting more listeners. Shout out to H-Man Soul for still making Kanashimi-chan like the most fucking played song every day. That song has like 100 plays every day from one person alone, and that is funny to me. So please still support this. Liberty in Creation is out on all streaming platforms. It is available on so many things where you can own it. Message Devon on anything you can message him on. There are physical copies available, and they are beautiful. They are gorgeous. This doesn't do enough justice here, especially with how my camera's been this whole stream. This does no justice whatsoever
and there's a
the
link
art
in the...
that was put into this.
Yeah, look, yeah, Hannah did so much work. Hold on, Hannah, do you have a... Oh, I have a copy right here. I have a copy right here.
It is so gorgeous. The inside is so beautiful. The CD is immaculate. Just so many intricacies that make this physical copy so worth it. And that's not just me saying it because it's someone I am business partnered with, not because he's my best friend, not because I love him to death, but because literally like this makes me like, I grew up collecting CDs. I grew up right after tapes and vinyls were starting to die off, and got really into music in like the early 2000s, and I collected CDs. I was so hyped to go and buy my first ever like physical copies of CDs, and CDs nuts, Lamau.
Wow.
So I like straight up like seeing this is a CD that I am very happy to like have next to me, because it reminds me of why I started collecting. Like, this is gorgeous. This is so well done. It's just beautiful. So please support Liberty in Creation, support Devon Danaski here, and just go give this another listen without us talking in between, without me rambling on for too long. And then also go listen to the Nutty Noise Wooloo Gang mixtape Leftovers, all 30 tracks, not
all
just
30.
the 12 we listened to here, all 30 tracks. I promise you, it's 30 tracks isn't that long. It's still only like an hour and 7 minutes or something. Like, it's a lot shorter than you would expect. But it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. Both records are fun in their own ways. You'll find if you don't like one track, keep going. I promise there's a track for everybody.
Yes.
Everybody. There's a reason there's 30 of them. There's a track for every single person. There are people who are like, I don't really like a lot of like, I love you and I want to support you, but I don't really like a lot of like the genres and styles that you kind of mess with. And I'm like, that's totally fine. But even those people still find one song where they're like, wow, I really like what y'all did with this. There are only 30 people. Yeah, there can only be 30. Yeah, exactly. There are only 30 people that we can appeal to, and we appeal to every single one with all these tracks here.
I mean,
actually, except for the last one.
What is a 1 in 30 chance? Like, you know, you have to... That's a 3% chance. You know how hard it would be for you to not like at least something with a 3% likelihood?
That's pretty likely.
It's pretty likely.
And with that, y'all, be kind to yourselves. Please keep on jamming, keep on rocking in a free world. Doodle-loot, doot. That's not my own thing. That's not my own outro. I stole that. So let's shout out to the Wooloo Gang. Yo, shout out to all y'all. Shout out to everybody that supports everything that we do. We cannot do it without all of y'all. And we will see y'all very, very soon. Thank you for joining us for this adventure. And with that, it's exactly 5 hours. So I'm going to stop my stream.
Same.
Hey! Thank you so much, Randy, for being involved. Appreciate you. 95 cheered right at the very end. All right, now for real, though, I'm going to shut up because I'm hungry and
yeah,
all
water.
this stuff.